Greetings from the Philippines to the world. We are on Facebook Live on Eagle News and also on our streaming site, eaglenewslive.com. Watch us on our YouTube channel at Eagle News. I am Cesar Vallejos. Welcome to Open for Business. Join me discover the latest news and information in business around the world. Stay ahead of the curve from vision to action. We welcome you to this milestone event for Open for Business as we celebrate our 100th episode. And there is no better way to celebrate our 100th with the holding of the show's first digital public forum with the theme MSMEs in the Fourth Industrial Revolution and how small businesses can survive the coronavirus crisis. Joining us today is the President of Eagle Broadcasting Corporation, Ms. Rowena de la Fuente de Imoy.
Good day, everyone. The world we live in is not the same world that we know. We are in a different world right now. For the past weeks, the common words that we hear around the globe are social distancing, quarantine, and lockdowns. COVID-19 is changing the world and how we live in it. But this pandemic should not hamper us from our everyday lives. Thus, Eagle Broadcasting Corporation has transformed our scheduled Open for Business Forum event into a digital public forum to help flatten the curve in the spread of COVID-19 and in response to the government's implementation of enhanced community quarantine. Under the theme MSMEs in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, OFB is conducting its first digital public forum today, streamed on Facebook page of Eagle News, YouTube channel of Eagle News, and EBC's streaming site, eaglenewslive.com. We opted to do this digital forum instead of converging people into one place because we want to reach more audiences across the globe and help MSMEs cope with the impact of the coronavirus on their businesses. This digital forum is also EBC's response to adapt to the work-from-home initiatives of businesses to avoid the spread of the virus, as we also took advantage of the technology to stay in touch with everyone. The general public, especially the MSMEs, would want to hear insights from the experts on how to deal with the current challenges and keep their businesses afloat. Later, you will hear from our speakers their thoughts and share their experiences. What we have to do is tune in, learn, and discover how we can all adjust and equip ourselves with facts, relevant information, and knowledge that we will need to live in these interesting times. Congratulations to Open for Business on its 100th episode. To all of you who are watching from your homes, have a good day watching the Eagle Broadcasting Corporation's Open for Business Digital Public Forum.
Thank you very much to our EBC President, and we also thank the co-presenter of Open for Business Forum, Globe My Business. Joining us today are distinguished speakers, and we are happy to have them today. We have to discuss how your small business can survive the coronavirus crisis. Ms. Kathleen Yu, CEO of Rumaraket.com, to discuss technology solutions for managing your business during COVID-19 is Ms. Francis Kuuya, Industry Marketing Manager for Hotels, Restaurants, and Cafes of Globe My Business. And to discuss pricing in the digital age is Ms. Bubbles Lim, General Manager and co-founder of Easy Franchise. We also have the real estate industry, the COVID-19 crisis, and for IR, we have JM Figurin, Manager of Lobian Realty Group. And also from Australia, Mr. Jamie Getgood, Director of Getgood Consulting, leading in fire. And later we have the Secretary of and the Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, Secretary Jeremiah Bellika. And to discuss from branding to ROI, step-by-step guide to start your online business empire is Chris Dagdag, Online Business Success and Digital Marketing Consultant of multiple corporations and CEO of Web Design Manila. And to tackle payment automation, a power tool for MSMEs, is Alfred Cardenas, co-founder and CEO of Jungle. And watching from their homes are correspondents and volunteers and viewers from different places and countries, specifically our international bureaus. The world that we live in now, as Ms. De La Fuente said, is not the same, and it is also experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. The first revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production, and the third used electronics and information technology, or IT, to automate production. The fourth industrial revolution, or 4IR, or FIRE, according to Klaus Schwab, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, is building on the digital revolution, characterized by a fusion of technologies between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. These emerging technology breakthroughs include artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles that includes drones, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, materials science, energy storage, and quantum computing. While a lot of us, especially the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, are still learning how the FIRE or 4IR can transform our businesses, here comes COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic is forcing cancellation of travels, gatherings, slowdown in manufacturing, and the economic damage is mounting across the world. Governments are now faced with a dilemma between choosing the safety of their peoples or the pumping up of their economies. That is why we echo the questions raised by fire trainer Carabo Moloco, the CEO of Unleash Institute. She asked, could the COVID-19 pandemic be the impetus that accelerates the adoption of digital solutions? Could the global economic devastation? Speaker who will talk about adaptive strategies for small businesses in these interesting times is Kathleen Yu, a graduate of the University of the Philippines and the founder and CEO of Rocket. Rocket is an end-to-end talent management that uses skill-based assessments and big data analytics to help companies identify and engage the right talent for their needs. She is a 2017 Go Negosyo Entrepreneurship Awardee and a Kairos Fellow. Miss Kathleen.
Thank you, Cesar. Glad to be here today. Um, so, right now, a lot of us are basically waking up with a feeling of grief. Basically, most of us take it for granted that the days that we experience will be the same, and our day-to-day routines won't have a significant change. But what's happening right now is the coronavirus crisis has jump-started a lot of big shifts relating to the fourth industrial revolution, and it's changing the way we work, um, the way we live, and the way we do things on a day-to-day basis. So I'd like to discuss what that means for the future and how small businesses today can actually develop adaptive strategies to move forward in this kind of an environment. So when I discuss something like the COVID-19 crisis, a lot of it is basically rooted in a concept called exponential growth. So we have cases that can increase from 100 to 1,000 in less than a few days. And that basically creates the sense of us not really being in control of what's been happening and not knowing what's happening next. But the reality here is we're in the middle of a paradigm shift. And normally, when we have a lot of changes to business, to commerce, all of us are actually in the process of that change in the moment. So we don't really feel it. But when a paradigm shift happens, what that means is the rules that govern how businesses work, how lifestyles work, how environments work, all of that is now under question. So it used to be that when companies work, We would have a once a year planning process. We would implement a set of policies, implement and then review after a year. So that kind of a model no longer works in this kind of an environment. You have to develop a process where you can have a hypothesis, you can test quickly, you can measure, and you can scale fast. So you've seen a lot of solutions over the last few weeks where you have tech that's pushed out to address the coronavirus. You have families in China under quarantine who develop robots to do their shopping for them. That kind of scale fast business model is the business model of the future. It's the idea of individuals, employees having control to make decisions quickly instead of waiting for instructions from their bosses. And it's the idea of basically empowering people around the world to scale up the kinds of decisions they make in this kind of an environment. So here's an example of how it looks like in practice. In ad agencies, traditionally, you would spend a lot of money on a billboard. You would hire expensive designers, copywriters. It would take weeks of approvals. And then basically after every person on the every boss okayed it, basically that's when you release your ads. But modern ads today are different. You can basically preload different designs. You can test and try on Facebook or on Instagram. You can mix and match different messages. And basically, you need to be able to respond fast to trends. So when you apply this kind of a model to a business, you need to look at three aspects. So people, productivity, and value. So let me go into each one by one. So people basically looks at the difference between a top-down model where you wait for the boss to make an instruction before you do something, and a decentralized squad model where the boss gives an instruction, and basically what happens is the people around in small teams find a way to execute it quickly. So a very good example of this is actually Toyota's lean manufacturing model. So in car companies in previous years, they would use a process where the assembly line couldn't stop. So if any worker on the ground made a mistake, they would just have to make a note of it and then keep pushing things down the assembly line. But Toyota did it a bit differently. So they gave the power to the line workers themselves to be able to stop the assembly line anytime they wanted to correct any small defects in the cars. So a decentralized squad model basically means that the people on the ground, the ones experiencing things on the day-to-day basis, are able to make the decisions that they need to move forward and act on problems and situations as they arise. So here's an example. So I don't know if it's common with me or if everybody has experienced some form of it, but over the last 2 weeks, I've been lining up for my daily grocery run. So because of the social distancing measures, a lot of people are basically having to spend a lot of time waiting in the supermarkets or waiting in line outside the supermarkets just to get the resources they need. So a top-down model would basically mean that the boss says, "Oh, you do social distancing now." And social distancing means you only have 10 or 20 people at a time in the supermarket, and the supermarket chains would find a way to implement that. But if you had it on a squad model, supermarket chains, according to where they're stationed, or where they're at would have the freedom to, for example, get the cell numbers of the people in line and then call them in when it's time to shop. Another thing would be to take a picture of the shelves every day and basically share this is what supplies we have on hand now, and basically list down what groceries you want. We'll pack it for you and then we'll leave it out the door after you pay for it. Another thing is normally alcohol would come in small containers, but basically people who can work in squads would be able to say, hey, if you need a big drum, we can supply you with that. So if you think about the difference between a squad model and the traditional top down, squads are able to act faster. They're able to react and shift the way they make decisions really quickly, and they're able to mobilize when they need to. So, excuse me, need to keep hydrated in times like this. Um, so when you talk about the question of how the people needs to evolve, it's really a question of how to create these agile teams versus following the traditional top-down management. And secondarily, it's about maintaining mental health and physical wellness for both work from home and basically essential workers. We'll talk about that further down the road. Second is when you look at productivity, you have a lot of companies who are used to a model of monitoring as opposed to looking at the outcomes that people are able to produce. So you have companies who are concerned about managing people's time as opposed to looking at how productive they can be. So this challenge basically requires a shift from a model where you have the employee and you control their hours every day to a process where you look at what were you able to produce today and so on. So work from home employees now, they're stuck with their families, their kids. If the baby's crying, they can't necessarily just keep working. They should have the flexibility to be able to address the kids' needs and then basically make up the hour afterwards. So the questions on productivity really have to do with how companies are able to shift the thrust forward and empower the people that they work with. The third level is value, which is what I mentioned a while ago about instead of having a once a year planning, you're looking at it as a continuous iterative process of improvement. So what that means is companies are basically have to continuously experiment on how they deliver value. So an example now is restaurants can't exactly keep operating, but is the value of a restaurant really just about delivering food, or is it about the kinds of experiences that they build with their customers through the food that they make? So value is really a question of what will your business choose to be in this um, industrial revolution. I mean, even beyond the crisis, it's really about how do we shift the way we think, the way we work, the way we coordinate with our people to basically meet the challenges of these changes. So it's not just about how do we survive the coronavirus, it's about how do we make the paradigm shift necessary to basically move forward beyond the crisis to whatever's coming next. And the reality is, most people would still be thinking about when things go back to normal, when the lockdown ends, when things shift back to what we're used to. But if you look at what's happening on the ground, what we're used to is gone. It's not going to come back just because you want it to come back. the reality here is the virus has already had us shifting the way we work and the way we do things. And that shift is going to continue even after the crisis. So there's really no choice but to adapt. And at the end of the day, it's really about working with change. The coronavirus is really just a form of change, a form of forcing us to shift how we think and how we do things, things that we don't normally think about on a day-to-day basis. So my presentation today will discuss basically what it means to find that right balance and how you can look at things like your people, your productivity, your value, and how you can weave technology into that process to exponentiate how you deliver um, value to your customers and how you create it for your employees. So for people, we'll look at what the risks are, and what are the challenges, and then we'll explore some behavioral science models that can help people feel empowered during times of crisis. For productivity, we'll look at what are the new rules for companies who want to keep their employees productive. We'll look at the science of nudging, how behavioral science can be applied with AI to basically manage and create productive workforces. And finally, we'll look at how we can act on the promise of agile workforces, squads, and other new technologies. So let's start with people. Sorry. So when you think business as usual, it's usually rooted in the idea of we can keep doing what we've done for a long time. We can keep following the processes, procedures, SOPs that we've developed over time. But when the crisis happens, all of those SOPs stop applying. You can't apply a normal procedure in an environment where the rules have changed. And what that means is most people feel like they don't have control over their situations. So people get scared, they feel uncertain, they don't know what the next steps are. So this is where a concept called locus of control comes in. So locus of control is basically a concept in psychology that looks at how people treat the situations that happen to them on a day-to-day basis. So most people fall under the framework of having an external or an internal locus of control. Some people are basically in the middle. So when you have an external locus of control, it means that you feel like the outcomes are outside of your control. They're determined by things like fate. They're independent of your hard work or decisions. So no matter what happens, if you're not lucky, you can get hurt, and so on. When you have a strong internal locus of control, you feel like your outcomes can be determined by you. So basically, if you work hard, if you make plans, you can influence what happens around you. So psychologists have been studying this concept for a long time. And one of the exercises that they did was they ran a small study with students and they divided them into two groups. And they asked them to do a set of puzzles and exercises with varying difficulty. So for the internal group, they told them whenever somebody finished a puzzle, oh, you must have really worked hard on that. You must have really put a lot of effort. Good job. For the second group, they said, oh, you must have been really intelligent to be able to finish that. And they observed the differences between the two as they continued to solve the puzzles. So for the internal group, they found that they were more enthusiastic about the work. They completed the more difficult puzzles, they did better, and basically they completed a lot more of the exercises over time. On the other hand, the external group took less risks, they finished less puzzles, and they were less engaged because they felt like every task that they did would be an impact on their intelligence. So the key thing here is most people have those ideas about how much they can control on a day-to-day basis, but this factor is changeable. um, the situation outside cannot change much, or we cannot exactly control how much we can change about our external situation. But if you take the initiative to control how you think about the situation or your locus of control, you can shift from a mindset of things happening to you making things happen. So it's basically something that people can follow on a regular basis. So here's how it would fall in from a top down to a decentralized model. So in a traditional top down model, most companies, most employees on the ground would think, I need to wait um, for my boss before I do something. So you have people who are paralyzed. They're not exactly clear on what to do. But when you basically plug in a, strong internal locus of control with your decentralized squad, you get people who are able to innovate on the masks. You have small squads who can innovate on unique solutions. So in Toyota, the way they did it was whenever a line worker had an innovation for making the assembly line go faster, they would give a blueprint to the manager. Manager would basically produce it, and if the innovation actually made things faster, they would adapt it across all of their teams in the factory. So um, things like how you develop masks, how you create solutions for keeping people healthy, all of those are small solutions that people can adapt quickly. And if it works at scale, you can actually push it across the organization as opposed to being subject to the rigidity of a top down model. So when you talk about how a squad model would work, it's really centered around clear outcomes, clear parameters. You give people an avenue to share some of the solutions that they have, and you allow people to make mistakes. The reality here is you have to open the how people experiment, how people are able to work with the jobs that they're given, the situations that they have on a day-to-day basis. And here's some examples of how you can create that locus of control and empower work from home employees. So one of that is following a daily routine. Um, make sure that they follow a set of processes day to day that can get them accustomed to it. Um, identifying situations that are outside of their control, starting a gratefulness journal, and so on, and basically keeping connected even within the social distancing. So social distancing doesn't mean we stop how we communicate or how we connect with others. It just means that the tools that we use to connect are going to be different. And then basically for that's for the individual. For the team, having daily stand-up meetings. So in our company in Ruma Rocket, we basically do a 30-minute call where people talk about what they gonna do today, what was the roadblocks they encountered, what kind of help or support they need for their roadblocks. We also have a very centralized communication channel for how we communicate. So people can communicate through Slack for informal, emails through formal, and so on. And basically working together to help solve each other's challenges. For essential employees, the challenge is a bit different. You have people coming in, they have the risk of getting infected. You want to minimize that. So, a good example is control lines. So, a control line is basically a process where you designate um, where a person can go in their day-to-day routine. So large companies normally they have an accounting department, they have a sales department. But what some companies in Singapore are doing is they're getting a small group of accountants, they're combining them with a small group of salespeople, a small group of marketing people, and then they're putting them into their own squads where the control line is defined. Second one is firewalls. Basically, it's something like, for example, people still line up to do the physical shopping, but the physical shopping isn't something that's exactly necessary for companies to for customers to be able to get the products they need. So something like taking a picture of the supplies, cutting out the process where a customer roams the store is actually a good firewall for groceries operating now. Third is hotspotting, and fourth is contact journaling, which is basically tracking the process where people go day to day, identifying who gets sick and then isolating the people around them. So a lot of these are more coronavirus focused. So let's go to productivity. So I mentioned with regards to productivity, it's really a shift from monitoring to outcome-based productivity. So instead of focusing on the number of hours worked and controlling the employee's time, which is really a process that's low trust when you enforce it, it's focused on transactions, incentivizing and punishing. And there's really no clear way to do it in this environment. I propose moving to something called outcome driven productivity, which is focused on tasks completed. You give employees control over their own time, and instead of basically giving them a set of tasks to do every day, you allow them to multiply their productivity and improve their morale as they do it. So, how can you do this in the current environment? So, monitoring basically looks at what time somebody clocks in and clocks out, and as opposed to outcome based productivity, which aims to give employees control over their own time, low trust, high trust, and the outcome based productivity model is really focused on improving the long term productivity of the employee through enforcing a strong locus of control. So the big question for a lot of companies is, can I actually trust my people to do this? So this is where um, nudges and AI technology comes in. So I'll discuss what a nudge is and how you can enforce it into a day-to-day workflow. So when you use Spotify for free, after every few songs, you usually get a reminder. Oh, if you use the paid Spotify account, um, you actually don't have to listen to this ad. So that's an example of a nudge. It's basically a prompt that gets people to behave in a different way. So nudges is something that was developed in behavioral economics as a way to understand and evaluate how people change how they behave and make decisions on a day-to-day basis. So, if you've used Gmail recently, sometimes if you don't respond to emails, you get a small prompt below the email that says, "Oh, you received this email 3 days ago. You should respond to it." At the same time, the Facebook app basically prompts you to download their app because they get more data that way. But basically, those prompts are actually there to reinforce a kind of desired behavior. So a lot of companies like Google, Facebook, they're already building nudges into their organizations to empower and motivate their people. At the same time, you have behavioral e-commerce sites who are using nudges. For example, they have a ad for a Burberry bag, and you basically have it. Oh, there's only two left. You have to decide within a short time whether you should miss out on that item. So basically, you get people to act on the purchase quickly because they feel like they have a time limit to getting it. At the same time, you have reinforcements. Whenever you do something in Candy Crush, there's the voice that basically says sweet or awesome, and it basically reinforces you to keep playing the game. And then you have the Facebook or the Instagram stories where basically they show it's only visible for 24 hours, so people are prompted to click on it. So if you think about that, nudges are actually very pervasive in the world around us today. They're used to sell us things, um, they're used to prompt a certain behavior, they're used to influence people, how to act, and so on. So when you combine the nudge with outcome reinforcements to encourage those positive outcomes. So that's something that me and my team at Ruma Rocket have been working on for the last 5 years. So we built an app that you can download on your phone where you can get real-time alerts on things like performance, wellness, retention for each individual employee. And at the same time, we've trained an AI to match a certain action that a manager can take or a certain nudge that a manager can make given the challenge of an employee. So, for example, the AI can match a certain set of actions for family challenges, a certain set of nudges if employees want personal growth, and so on. And basically, the tool recommends the best actions for things like work from home policy, wellness, keeping employees engaged, and so on. But the actions we have here are actually crowdsourced from consultants, from companies, and we've developed the tools such that the actions on the app can actually improve um, the quality of the nudges and the behaviors through the process over time. So basically, everybody has access to it. They can basically prompt and use the app to make the process smarter and whatnot. So you guys can sign up today through this link. But just to summarize my talk and what this is all about, it's really a question of sorry, balancing people, productivity, and value in this kind of an environment today. So at the end of the day, we don't know how things are gonna settle. We don't know what the situation is, but the reality is we can control the people around us, how we enforce productivity, and the value we create through the things and the processes that we built. And what that means for the fourth industrial revolution and the crisis that we're experiencing today is really to develop a model where we're always innovating and we're always iterating. So the idea there is instead of accepting that policies um, need to be set in stone, let's develop a process where we can hypothesize, test, measure, and scale continuously. Empower our teams to basically go from a top down waiting for instructions to a more decentralized squad where people can innovate whenever they feel that it's the right thing to do, where they're not afraid of making mistakes. And basically, at the same time, enforce a process where you move from just monitoring and controlling people's time to giving people control over their own time. And for me, the organizations that embrace these concepts and these ideas are the organizations that are going to be able to succeed in the fourth industrial revolution. So that's my talk. Thank you so much, and I'm glad to be here.
Miss Kathleen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
We're getting a lot of responses and comments, and can you stay for a while for a few questions?
Sure,
Okay,
happy to.
we have a question from Phoenix, Arizona, and she is one of our members of our bureau there, and she used to be the host of our show Convergence. Our question is, the levels of technology use and connectivity has a wide range in today's market, have a wide range in today's market. Not all potential clients will have access. How will this affect this paradigm change? That's from Lisa
So,
Docena from Phoenix, Arizona, and her question came from YouTube.
So at the end of the day, technology is really just a tool to facilitate change.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a lot of large companies implementing AI models, but you have these companies. I think the number was 80% of them tend to fail
Mm-hmm.
because they didn't think through the process of what they wanted to change.
Mm-hmm.
For me, what I'm noticing in this environment, especially with business continuity planning,
Mm-hmm.
is large companies are actually having to behave like startups and small companies.
Mm-hmm.
So the advantages that we think are advantages for these big companies are can actually be things that cause them to fail in another context because they can't move fast, they're not able to think through the process as quickly, or they don't have small teams who are empowered to think like squads. So for me, it's less about uh, the technology. It's more
Mm-hmm.
about how small companies are able to implement the technology to scale fast and really experiment or develop a process around experimentation.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Now, I think the first time I heard about artificial intelligence, all the while I thought it's really very, very complicated. But when I heard you talk about artificial intelligence during the marketing rockstars conference, you made it very simple. So, but the thing is, even AI or artificial intelligence sounds very technical and expensive for small businesses. Is this something that MSMEs can afford? And is it possible that businesses or small businesses can customize an AI task or desired output using an existing platform, not like what you have?
So right now we're seeing a shift actually. It's similar to when computers started out as tools for large corporations
Mm-hmm.
and moved towards the spaces of families at home. And the same thing is happening today with AI. So we at Ruma Rocket were moving from highly personalized AI models to day-to-day tools that SMEs can use to make their processes faster, reduce the time for their manufacturing, reduce the likelihood that their people will leave. So those models actually were rapidly adapting them for MSMEs to use
Mm-hmm.
already. And the reality there is you don't really need to understand what's under the hood of the technology to be able to get it to work for you. You just need to understand how the technology can be plugged into your existing process. So in a sense, MSMEs are at an advantage because
Mm.
they understand their business processes end to end more clearly, and they're in a position to know where AI can be plugged in quickly and how to get the best ROI out of it immediately.
Oh, that's awesome, Kathleen. Now, another question is, I think it's based on your presentation. You mentioned about the creation of squad teams, which is easier compared to the top-down system. So, in terms of creation of squad teams, are there specific rules there? Are there is like say a squad team should be composed of different teams, different members from different departments? I know, as you mentioned, it's easier for MSMEs to do it because they're smaller and they're more agile compared to the large corporations. So how do you, like say for a company that has about 250 or 300 or even to the smaller ones, how would what are the processes in the creation of squad teams, and what rules can you suggest to make sure that they can also monitor the output of the squad team, especially now that a lot of people or a lot of businesses are utilizing work from home methods?
Um, I think the squad team has to act like a smaller corporation.
Mm-hmm.
So right now you have s- large tasks that are divided across different departments, and what happens is the work is divided into pieces and then combined again at the executive level. So the best case for building a squad is really in making sure that you have the right people there to produce the right kind of work that you need to produce. So an example would be if I divide a sales, a marketing, a developer, and put them in one squad, they should be able to produce the same quality of, let's say, ads or the same kind of products that I'm normally building on a company level. So it's the idea of decentralizing value
Mm-hmm.
across your workforce.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's less about monitoring on a day to day. It's more about giving them a task that they need to do. Say you need to build an app in a week, or you need to build a website with so and so features in a week. And then
Mm-hmm.
I'll check in at this time and at this time. Tell me if you don't have the skills there so I can add people or shift people around. And then basically that's how you move forward with it. So yeah, it's making sure you have the right people in the right squad, giving them a concrete task with a measurable goals, milestones, and a clear timeline, and then having them go back to you on whether they have the right enough resources or the right resources to be able to get it done.
That's awesome, Kathleen. Now, there's a follow up question from Arizona, also from Lisa Lucena. She said, of course, employees want an opportunity to show what they can do, and being in the workforce, they know which teams can get things done. But this is the question there. Um, how can you convince, the owners or the bosses or the top management to implement these changes? Because of course, in a lot of corporations or businesses, we still, somehow there's a sense of patriarchal kind of management where top to bottom initiatives are being done. So I think the question there is, how would you now convince the owners or the bosses to really implement these squad teams to address the needs of the company?
So there are case studies about companies who were challenged with that. So I think a very good example is when General Motors partnered up with Toyota
Mm-hmm.
together to build a factory in the US. And a big challenge they had was management felt like the employees uh, would not do their part with basically making sure that the cars that they produce were high quality. So what happened was they brought the employees to Japan to train them on the process, and what
Mm-hmm.
they found was the challenge wasn't the employees were not trustworthy. It
Mm-hmm.
was they felt like that they were just cogs in the entire process.
Mm-hmm.
They had a strong external locus of control in a
Mm-hmm.
sense. They couldn't really see a path where they could control the quality or the kind of work that was being produced.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's really about rebuilding the social contract between the employer and the employee.
Yeah.
A lot of the social contracts we have are based on the Industrial Revolution. The
Mm-hmm.
idea that the employee comes in at 9 to 5, does a defined amount of work, and then goes home. But that kind of contract doesn't work anymore in this kind of an environment, and more especially in this kind of a crisis. You have to develop new ways of building trust and enforcing accountability across your people. And the easiest way to do that is to give the people on the ground the control they need to actually act quickly. So any advice for employers is really, if you don't adapt, you die. And
That's right. Okay, before I let you go, Miss Kathleen, of course, everyone, all the businesses, especially the MSMEs, would want to survive the coronavirus crisis using fire tools like artificial intelligence. So, what's your advice to MSMEs during the COVID-19 times?
I think I have three pieces of advice. The first one is to email me uh, info@rumarocket.com. So let's work together to find a solution that can keep you guys running. The second one is not to be afraid of change, because realistically the change is gonna happen, and at the speed that the change is happening now, people who don't adapt basically, yeah, die. And at the end of the day, when small businesses die, they bring a whole community of people with it. So when you think about, let's say, what it means to survive in this kind of environment, it's really about looking beyond how just about delivering food, or is it about creating experiences? Or now that people are locked in quarantine, maybe
Mhm.
instead of just delivering food, you can package a whole Valentine's Day or romantic day experience, and basically combine the food as part of that experience.
Mhm.
So if you think about it, the best way to move forward is to broaden your horizons and not to focus on where you're at, but on what you could be. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us, um, we don't have anything to lose really with innovating and improving the way we do things in this time.
That is well said, Miss Kathleen, and we hope that you continue to engage with us because I'm sure there's a lot of questions that will come in our YouTube channel and as well as in the comment section of the Eagle News Facebook page. Thank you very much, Miss Kathleen, for your
Thank
time.
you. Happy
That's
to be
Miss
here.
Kathleen Yu, the CEO of rumaracket.com. And we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our co-presenter of the Open for Business First Public Digital Forum, Globe My Business, and our other sponsors.
Eagle Broadcasting Corporation and Globe My Business present Open for Business Forum. This digital public forum is sponsored by EC Franchise, Multiseas Technologies Corporation, and Lobian Realty Group.
With the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen many hotels, restaurants, and cafes close shops following the enhanced community quarantine guidelines of the government. We are joined today by the Industry Marketing Manager for hotels, restaurants, and cafes of Globe My Business, Miss Francis. Francis has been a marketer for over 7 years now and has extensive experience in digital marketing, having worked in different industries. As part of Globe My Business, Francis empowers Filipino entrepreneurs with the right business knowledge and tools and solutions to help them succeed. She is an avid foodie and dreams to someday open her own restaurant as well. Francis.
Hi, good morning, Cesar, and good morning to all the viewers of Open for Business. Thanks for that introduction. Again, I'm Francis Kuuya, Industry Manager for Hotels, Restaurants, and Cafes from Globe My Business. Globe My Business is the SME arm of Globe, dedicated to empowering Filipino entrepreneurs to create their own success. So we are your trusted digital solutions provider, no matter where you are in your business journey. This means that whether you're just starting out or an already established business that's ready to scale, Globe My Business has the right technology for your needs, especially in times like these where a lot of SMEs really need that support, um, as much support as they could get. Over the next few minutes, I'd like to identify specific business pain points and how SMEs can harness the power of technology to address them. It's actually very interesting that Kathleen, the first speaker earlier, talked about the shift required in terms of processes and people, especially for SMEs. And I'd like to supplement that with what I'll talk about this morning. Because really, technology is the platform or the tool that makes it easier for businesses to achieve that shift. The past few weeks, I'm sure, have been really tough for entrepreneurs. Even with big companies, even with us at Globe, we've really had to shift our the way we do business to a work from home setup. Trading in days that start with traveling to your office, in days that are spent physically together with your teammates, to days where video conferencing platforms like the one we're on now are actually the norm. Specific to the industries that I handle, the hotel and restaurant industry, this kind of setup is actually particularly challenging because the hospitality industry, in its essence, has a lot to do with personal face-to-face interactions to allow the businesses to deliver great customer service. The challenge for the industry is how to continue to deliver that given today's circumstances. For other industries like the retail industry, the question is, how do businesses deal with mall closures and the mandate of the government to for people to stay at home? For the manufacturing and logistics industries, on the other hand, the main challenge is ensuring a consistent flow of the supply chain given the restrictions on transportation of not just people, but also goods and services. The basic need that these businesses really have is connectivity. How do we stay connected and coordinated as a business? How do businesses ensure that teams are in constant communication? And how should businesses stay in touch with their customers? Today, luckily, that's a little bit easier with the accessibility of the internet and the persistence of mobile phones. So, in particular for the retail and food industry, there has been a higher demand for online purchases and transactions. So, your on ground selling before has to shift to online. E-commerce sites, social media are now must-haves for businesses in these industries, at least for those who can stay operational during the community quarantine period. To do this efficiently, first off, your teams have to be well coordinated. You have to make sure that your workforce has the access to information, reports, and communication that they need. And that's really the first step in ensuring that you're able to do this. I mentioned earlier that connectivity is a basic need. You have to empower your workforce to stay connected, either via the internet, via their mobile phones. For employees that can stay safe at home but don't have access to the internet yet, we've actually seen a lot of our customers purchasing prepaid internet kits for them to stay online and connected. The advantage of a prepaid internet really is that there's no installation required and business owners won't have to deal with monthly fees. Um, on top of that, solutions like G Suite, which allows remote access to files and documents, are critical for coordination as well. I can imagine an employee working for a retail industry, if I have to check the inventory for my supervisor, for the business owner that I work for, if I'm able to do this via the internet, that would be a very convenient setup. So I don't have to go to the shop just to check how many stocks I have left. But that's all about your employees. Your internal setups that's well coordinated via the internet is your first step as a business. The other side of the formula is keeping in touch with your customers. Yes, they aren't in your shop or your restaurant, but that doesn't mean that you can't continuously engage them and have this conversation with them. A lot of the restaurants and shops now have social media. They have Facebook presence or Instagram presence. But aside from this, you can also still talk to your customers directly via SMS, which still remains as a primary channel for communication, especially in the Philippines. Amber, which is an auto SMS blast tool that Globe My Business offers, is one such solution that SMEs can utilize to do this. Not only can you communicate directly with your customers, this also allows businesses to be efficient cost wise because it's cheaper than sending out text manually, and efficient time wise since you don't have to send the text or the SMS one by one to your customer base. If you're looking at other industries like the manufacturing and logistics industry, it's imperative that you're able to track your deliveries and the movement of goods from anywhere. Again, luckily now with technology, we can easily do this via the internet. A lot of delivery vehicles can now be equipped with trackers that entrepreneurs can monitor, even as they stay safe at home. Another critical thing is checking in with your employees and workforce via video conferencing tools, again, like Zoom or Google Hangouts Meet, which is actually part of the G Suite solution I mentioned earlier. Um, these are fast and efficient ways to do this. Even disbursing payroll and allowances are now easier powered by the internet. Um, with e-wallets such as Gcash. And we actually have a specific solution that allows entrepreneurs to do this efficiently. It's the MyBiz wallet, also powered by Gcash. But again, let's not forget the basic. Calls and text via mobile are still also an efficient way to stay connected. So you have to empower your workforce, especially your supervisors, your managers, to stay in touch with internal teams and suppliers by providing them with mobile plans that allow them to call and text other people, even those on other networks. Um, Lastly, for the hotel industry, we've seen an occupancy drop to as low as 25% at the start of the year. So hoteliers have to ensure that once the quarantine is lifted and could as they start to recover, as the tourism industry starts to recover, their room rates and property management are set up to maximize profitability and at the same time ready to deliver great customer service. Hotel management solution is a great piece of technology that would allow business owners in the hotel industry to do this because with one view, you can see your bookings from different platforms, third-party booking sites, even your own platform, so that you can optimize your prices and at the same time um, have one view for your entire hotel at your disposal. So basically, that's it. Technology, different types of technology and solutions that enables businesses to quickly shift business models and the way they do their business on a day-to-day basis. When in the past, technology used to be reserved for the innovators and the advanced entrepreneurs, today it's really a basic requirement for any business, any SME, to complement the agile setup of processes and people that are now also a basic requirement.
Miss Francis?
Yes.
Yeah, again, thank you for this very insightful presentation. And personally, I'd like to thank you again because it's nice to work with you again. The first time was, of course, when you
Yeah.
guested in a whole hour at in Open for Business. Now, we're getting some questions also from our YouTube channel and also on our Facebook account, our Facebook page. So one of the questions is that we never, I agree to this, no one expected this to happen. Uh, Businesses, families, nobody expected this. And when it happened, they are not prepared for their available technologies. So in this case, the question is, what would be the best investment for companies during these times when working remotely is the mandate now for non-frontliners?
Right. So I've been talking about the basic requirement, which really is connectivity. So the fastest and most efficient way for business owners to do this, to provide their employees with connectivity, is through, I think, first prepaid internet kits. Because again, um, they don't require installation. No one would have to come to your house to put to set it up. Um, and it's really a quick and easy solution to allow your employees to connect to the internet. Another technology or another tool that you can provide your employees, your workforce, is the right mobile plan. So if they need to stay in touch with a lot of different people via call, they have to send out texts to many different suppliers or even customers. Their mobile plan has to be able to do that for them. So calls and texts, not just within the Globe network, but also to other networks as well, is essential, especially in times like this.
Mhm. Now, Francis, not a lot of the business owners have big budgets like the
Mhm.
ones with the large corporations. So, the question is, what would be your advice for those with small to medium workforce?
So my advice for them is um, you identify first the people that are critical for your operations to continue, and then the critical workforce is what you um, supply with the technology that they need. So at
Mhm.
least you have the basics covered, and you can still remain operational and
Mhm.
connected through tools like those.
Okay, I think this one is related, but maybe you can add more to your response. What kind of support is Globe My Business giving to MSMEs, especially to those who may have minimal resources and who do not have enough cash flows and are faced with uncertainty as to when the lockdowns will be lifted or extended?
Right. So first off, as a globe-wide initiative, we did have a 30-day payment extension, bill payment extension for all
Mm-hmm.
Globe customers. So whether you're an SME
Mm-hmm.
or a consumer, uh, you can avail of this 30-day bill payment extension. At the same time, what we did for Globe Rewards points, we extended the validity date, and we can actually empower our customers with the option to donate it to PGH, to the
Mm-hmm.
Philippine General Hospital. For SMEs in particular, we continue, Glow My Business continues to be there for them at this very challenging time by continuously providing them with the right tools and solutions. We have several of our relevant products at special offers, um, so that we understand that it's really challenging for them in terms of resources now. And so relaxed requirements, special rates can really help the entrepreneurs continue supplying their workforce with the right technology and their business with the right technology, um, even with the situation now.
Thank you very much, Miss Francis. It's nice to work with you again, and of course with Globe My Business. Please give my regards to Miss Sarah and Miss Gail. I hope both of them are watching now. Okay.
Yes, they probably are watching now. It's really great to be here again, Cesar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Miss Francis and Globe My Business. Open for Business Forum will be back. Stay tuned for this pause for these reminders.
Eagle Broadcasting Corporation and Globe My Business present Open for Business Forum. This digital public forum is sponsored by EC Franchise.
For entrepreneurs, one of the innovative ways to gain immediate recognition is through pursuing a franchising model. And the whole franchising business is also under a digital transformation. With us is Miss Bubbles Lim, who will talk about franchising in the digital age. Ms. Lim is the Managing Director and co-founder of EC Franchise. Her work experience in startup businesses spans almost 10 years. She found her start at Groupon before lending her sales and marketing expertise to Rocket Internet as their operations manager. She was the marketing and operations director of the taxi hailing app Easy Taxi from 2013 to 2015. She also co-founded several tech startups, namely flyspaces.com, crate.ph, and Easy Franchise, a platform for all things franchising, whose co-founders are Jose Magsaysay and RJ Ledesma. Bubbles? Hold on, Bubbles. I think I can't hear you. Ah,
Okay,
oh, there.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Cesar. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you. Great to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you too. Oh, sorry. Let me just silent that. Ayan. So, yeah, I'm gonna talk about franchising in the digital age, and hopefully we could tackle also on the fourth industrial revolution in franchising. So, nowadays, everyone and everything we do are driven by technology. When we wake up in the morning, the first thing we do is, of course, check our phones, open Facebook or IG, and to check current events or even check how our friends are doing. Grab and Uber has revolutionized transportation, like just like how Food Panda and Lala Food have done it for food delivery. So I think it's a no-brainer that digitalization is the fourth industrial revolution, not just in franchising but across all segments. So with that, quite frankly, it's more than just creating an app or having an online platform for your users. It's really about disruption, which I will later on discuss in my presentation. Um, but did you know that most people don't know that for the last 15 years, the reason why Fortune 500 companies have disappeared is because of digitalization. And in 1955, an average life of a Fortune 500 company is 75 years versus in the 2000s, where an average life expectancy of Fortune 500 was reduced to 15 years. And why is that? I mean, what was the main or the common thread? It's really because some Fortune 500 companies were able to adapt, while some didn't. So some of the companies, to give an example of some of the companies that adapted were first Unilever. Unilever was already a market leader when they bought Dollar Shave Club. Dollar Shave Club was a $1 shave grooming kit that is on subscription. It's also an online platform that Unilever bought for $1 billion. So for them to challenge P&G's Gillette. So another company would be IBM, where they changed their entire business model from creating tabulator machines. These tabulator machines would summarize information from punch cards, to creating big data services, which is basically what we call now business intelligence or analytics. Nokia also, I'm sure people know about the sad story about Nokia. So while Xerox also is one of the stories where Steve Jobs got most of his idea for Mac, and it was at the Xerox Research Center. They had a research and development team that develops these um, new products and services, and the Mac's MVP was actually taken from there. So McDonald's, another one. It's the number one in this franchise business now, and it wasn't really originally started by Ray Kroc. It was founded by the McDonald brothers, but unfortunately, they didn't want to expand because they were very happy and very complacent about how they were doing business already. And Ray Kroc took over the McDonald's national franchise. So I guess what again is the common thread between these companies? Some brands adapted to the changing times and transformed how they do business, and unfortunately others did not. So in the franchising industry, sorry, I think my internet is there. In the franchising industry, through technology, there's a huge opportunity to grow the franchise industry. And again, other sectors from transport and food and beverage have seen huge growth and development in introducing disruptive technology. For many years, marketing your franchise would mean giving out flyers, making cold calls, and giving out pamphlets, or even putting out billboards, which doesn't really allow direct measurement of conversion. How well you adapt in this interesting and changing times, especially now, no, during the enhanced community quarantine, really determines your franchise success. So while digital is the main reason why 500 companies disappeared, digital is also the main reason why some of the Fortune 500 companies still exist. And same in the franchising industry, digitalization really is now the new way of franchising your business. And because digitalization allows you to measure and create actions based on data. And I guess through digitalization, there are certain measures that you can create to uh, to have a better user experience. First, digitalization allows you to create ongoing value for your users or your potential franchise. As a small and medium franchise business, creating products and services that have continuous value for your users help you allow um, or determines how your business will succeed. To give an example, with Easy Franchise, how we create ongoing value for users are by creating a franchise directory that lists brands for free. So we also allow them to match with these brands and choose the right franchise brands, whether the brands that are on the platform are our partner or not. We help them decide to choose the right franchise business. So that's the ongoing value that we create for our users. Now, another would be like, as a franchisor naman, if you are a milk tea business, let's say, of course, milk tea right now is, some would say it's a fad. Later on, mawawala na siya. But how well you create or update or create continuous value for your brand, just like to give a good example, Happy Lemon did. Happy Lemon has been in the industry for 2000 from 2009 or 8, and up to now they're still existing because they innovate their products and services. And how does the digitalization help with this one? It's because, again, by creating or collecting data that allows you to, or creating actions that allows you that are data driven basically. So another thing would be, through digitalization, franchise businesses create memorable experiences. um, Searching for or matching with the right franchise business can be a daunting task. Again, with the traditional experience of going to an expo, going around, collecting flyers, not mentioning you still have to buy a ticket. As a franchise brand, it would be hard for your brand to stand out because there are hundreds of brands out there or during the expo. And they're all flyering and giving out or creating memorable experiences for your users. So it's not, for you as a brand, it's really hard to stand out. So there isn't really a memorable experience for a user to have brand recall. Um, for example, let's say with us, again with Easy Franchise, how do we do this? No, we've created a match me service wherein we match potential users to franchises based on their preferences, based on whatever, based on whether it's a industry that they prefer, or their budget, or their um, location. So it allows them to we allows them to get a curated list of the franchise brands. They won't have to go out there to check 1,600 brands, and there are around 3,000 actually in the Philippines. So it's so hard to choose the right franchise business. It could be daunting. With Easy Franchise, we help them match with the right franchise brands. Now, again, third would be through digitalization, franchise businesses can create immediate fulfillment. Demonstrating the value to your potential franchisees is almost as important as communicating it to them. No? And the best way to communicate with your clients is to create um, content for them regularly. Some would use Facebook, some would use IG or any online platforms. If you put together FAQs that allows you to answer inquiries of your users, that is also good. If you could subscribe to a CRM tool that allows you also to manage your inquiries in a timely manner, then that would be great. Because if your potential consumers are interested with your brand, I'm sure they have questions and you should be able to answer them immediately. Um, Fourth would be through digitalization, franchise business can go anywhere and anytime. Right now you are limited by your, of course, geographical um location, no, but right now through digital you're no longer limited through that. This time, as a franchise brand, you can even reach the OFWs. Again, there are a lot of platforms that allow you to do that. There's Facebook and IG. But through Easy Franchise, you are also allowed to do that through our tools and services also. And if you're still managing your applications through forms and confidentially, you have to give them a printed form, then you have to go digital. Remember, digital is the main reason why Fortune 500 companies disappeared in the 2000s. So I don't think I can emphasize that enough. Lastly, creating personalized moments. Through digitalization, you can create personalized experience for your potential franchisees. You can increase touch points by not just replying or talking to them through expos. You can continue to help them decide whether they will push through with their applications or not, and manage their inquiries. No, there are a lot of marketing automations out there that you can use, that allows you to automate. There are softwares that allow you to automate all marketing activities such as um, emailing, text messaging, and all those things. It changes the way you manage your campaigns across multiple platforms. You have tools that allows you to not just kasi a lot I'm sure there are a lot of brands already do Facebook and IG campaigns, but imagine the tedious task of going to every platform just to market your brand out there. Um, you can also do weekly check-ins and month after check-ins with your potential leads or even birthday check-ins, again, personalized moments. Overall, it creates a memorable experience for your potential investor kasi. So these things you will be able to do and you will be able to optimize through digitalization. Now, um, with Easy Franchise, what we want to do is we hope to support the whole industry with our technology. We connect franchisors and to franchisees all over the globe by basically simplifying the task of franchising through our franchise directory and our franchise center. You can search um, any brand, apply, and even upload requirements, which basically digitized the franchise application process. So even if you're an OFW and you want to start a business here in the Philippines, you don't need to go back to the Philippines to meet with a franchisor or to canvas and meet with them personally. Our system allows you to do that digitally na. Um, Easy Franchise provides all franchising benefits, which is an end-to-end solution, again, to simplify tasks for franchise investors. We have a franchise directory that eliminates the process or eliminates them researching if a certain brand is a legitimate brand or they have a legitimate franchise system. Again, a franchise system is important for every franchise. It determines how well your franchise is going to last, especially now with the ECQ, no, enhanced community quarantine. It How well you manage as a franchisor, how well you manage your franchisees now determines your success. Kasi this is yung systems in place mo mapapakita kasi the if you're an well organized franchise brand. Now we also have a franchise center that allows, again, we mentioned earlier about matching them with the right franchise business. A franchise matching features that allow both franchise investor and franchisor to manage their applications digitally. There's no paper trail, and it also reduces the applications from the usual 2 to 3 months digitally. They were able to search for a brand, we were able to answer the inquiries immediately, and then they were able to apply digitally and upload requirements as well, all in 3 days. And the brand was also able to approve that franchisee based on the location they submitted through the platform. So that's how we were able to complete the experience. Now, more than that, we also created flexible franchise investment solutions. So before, again, with new data, we were able to come up with ideas. We could come up with measures that are data driven. Our consumers or our users were asking us, I only have 500,000 budget, but I want to own a gasoline station. Now we've come up with flexible franchise investment solution that is tailored fit to the investment preference of a potential franchisee. Some of them can own a franchise by their own. They have full control of the business, they get higher profits. But there are also some who wants to co-own a franchise. This allows them to have lower initial investment, reduce their investment risk, and share cost with partners. We were able to come up with this initiative through the information that we were able to collect from our platform. Again, digitalization pa din yung key why we were able to create franchise management. And now that we're living in a different era, again, every franchise, the industry is shifting, and that includes the franchise sector. And driven by technology, Easy Franchise is simplifying the task of starting or owning a franchise business. We create franchise solutions that would best suit investors' needs and building a better relationship with between franchisors and franchisees. So again, as mentioned earlier, it doesn't end with just creating a platform. It's really building better relationships between the stakeholders. So that makes it disruptive. And we are now in the fourth industrial revolution in franchising, and winners are reinventing how they do and grow their business. And I guess for me, let me just end with a quote from Klaus Schwab, the founder of World Economic Forum. I'm just going to read it. In the new world, it's not the big fish that eats the small fish, it's the fast fish that eats the slow fish. So, how well you adapt to this changing time really determines your franchise business success.
Bubbles,
Sorry.
Miss Bubbles, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Miss Bubbles? Miss Bubbles? Miss Bubbles? Yeah. Can you hear me? Miss Bubbles?
Hello?
Yeah, there. I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Hello? Miss Bubbles? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay. Yeah, I was also waiting for your beautiful slides, but hopefully we can see that in another session. And we have some questions here, um, because we have international bureaus in different parts of the world. They're reporting from Panama, New York, Paris, Spain, American Samoa, and some of the questions include this. We have a lot of OFWs who are planning to go back to the Philippines once the travel bans are over. What franchising opportunities are available for us, and how do we manage them while we are still outside the Philippines?
Well, I think this is a perfect question because, as mentioned earlier, we have a franchise solution that allows OFW investors to invest in a franchise while they're still working abroad, and while we manage their franchise business. This is through our co-ownership program.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have managed several franchise business from laundry to milk tea franchise businesses of OFWs, wherein they were able to invest in this business and um, while they're still working abroad and they're preparing to go back in the Philippines. Because the hardest part of working as an OFW is having a plan B, especially in the Middle East, for example. They don't really have a retirement plan, I guess, in Dubai because at the end of the day, they will have to go back in the Philippines. They can't be a citizen there. So having a plan B that allows you to retire in the Philippines would be a great opportunity, especially for us. It's not really our business model to keep inventory of franchise businesses.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of we're helping them kickstart these franchises. So by the time they go back to the Philippines, they can take over this franchise, and these franchise are already stable. And
Mm-hmm.
that's through our franchise management service.
Mm-hmm.
This franchise are being managed by franchise experts. Again, our team is composed of RJ Ledesma from FNB, Mercato Central, and of course Boss Joe Mag of Potato Corner, who
Mm-hmm.
are experts in their industries.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Now, Bubbles, a lot of stores now are closed. Like, for example, before we started the program, a lot of the tech team members here would want to order from different stores. They're bugging me to eat first before we do this live interview. But the question now is, what support should franchisors give to franchisees now that most stores are closed?
Yeah, well, again, right now with enhanced community quarantine, the COVID-19 definitely has impacted both franchisors and franchisees naman. And as a franchisor, excuse me, it really determines how well your franchise is developed right now, because although you have some franchisors or most people have not prepared for this kind of situation,
Mm-hmm.
franchising has already systems in place, no, that allows you to manage this to and have contingencies. So as a franchisor, an opportunity right now is to take care of your franchisees. How? There are ways to do that. Um, Especially now na yung royalties, syempre, of course, it's hard earning. Although, for example, for food and beverage, of course, they're the ones that are allowed to open, but the support that franchisors can provide to franchisee is to help in, for example, yung royalties, again, as mentioned, that's affected kasi right now for both franchisor and franchisees.
Mm-hmm.
They can be the one to initiate ways for their franchisees to save. Like for us, we were able to come up with appeals that allows our franchisees to have reduced, discounted, or waived rentals for the next 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
those
good.
kinds of support you can also, like, actually not just in the franchising business. I mean, that's what a lot of people are doing now. And as a franchisor, it's your I guess responsibility to make sure that you are supporting your franchisees right now.
Mm. Before I let you go, Miss Bubbles, here's another question. I hope, as much as possible, I don't want to edit out. Okay, the question is, do you advise us to sign up for a franchise during these times, or can we wait for everything to clear up? Is it cheaper to get a franchise now?
You know, that's a good question, because right now, since we have a lot of time on our plate, um, it's a good time to really search and canvas for the right brand to partner with as a franchisee, kasi it's important you're able to decide whether and check these franchise brands if they are ready, or they are sustainable, they are sustainable business, and it allows you to, of course, do your due diligence. And as a franchisee also, um syempre, at franchising kasi has a 90% success rate because
Mm-hmm.
of the business plans that franchisors put in place and passing it down to their franchisees. So
Mm-hmm.
these franchise systems allows them to really manage the franchise business. So I think even if it dies down, when this dies down, or even before COVID, franchise systems are in place naman na. So operation, supply chain, management, marketing, and sales plans were created na. So again, if you're going to invest now, um, pwede pa rin naman siya. I mean, personally for me, we are able to convert pa nga. Actually, we're getting still leads right now because a lot of people have time on their plate.
Yeah.
Kasi again, after this dies down, of course, you have to go back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
You have to bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that you can invest on is franchising. That again, it has 90% success rate.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Bubbles. The interview with Miss Bubbles Lim on franchising, coping with the crisis, will be this afternoon in Open for Business, and there's also a replay
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's everyone, let's watch out for that because there's a lot of
Yes,
insights
we're
that
gonna
you
talk
have shared.
about how franchise business continuity for franchising.
Yes. Thank you so much, Miss Bubbles Lim, General Manager and
Yes.
co-founder of Easy Franchise. Thank you so much for attending the show.
This digital public forum is sponsored by Lobian Realty Group.
All businesses are affected by COVID-19, and the main ones that are hardly hit are tourism and real estate. However, we still see positivity if we base our assumptions on the track record of real estate in the Philippines. To give us some data in the Philippines on the market outlook from the real estate perspective is JM Figurin, Manager of Project Leasing and Tenant Solutions of Lubian Realty Group, and is mainly responsible for providing partner companies of LRG with the development of strategies and management of their commercial property portfolio. JM has been working in the real estate industry since 2012. He has worked with Rockwell Land Corporation and Fortune 500 company landlord representation. JM is a core member of the Lobian Realty Group, who is involved in real estate sales, marketing, and business development. JM?
Hi, Sir Cesar. Good morning, and thank you for having me here. Okay, so I'll share with you my presentation. Okay, can you see this now?
Yeah, yeah, we see that now. Go ahead, JM.
Okay, so again, thank you for having me here, no, and I'm happy to share with you the updates on the Philippine real estate market. In the past 8 years, as you all know, the Philippines is really doing great. We've experienced a high and steady economic growth rate of 6% plus. And today, new developments are coming in Metro Manila, and big companies are taking up spaces for expansion and relocation. But today, I want to share with you what we've been seeing in the market the past couple of months. This is from the World Economic Forum, and nothing is as dramatic as starting 2020 with all of these challenges. There's a lot of global tensions around the world. We have the US-China trade war, we have the Brexit. In the ASEAN region, we have the South China Sea dispute, the Australian bushfires, and above all, we have the coronavirus, a new epidemic that's affecting us all over the world, and not just the Filipino people, but also the international community. And we are talking also about geopolitical issues, societal, environmental, technological, and etc., etc. And with the current crisis that we have, companies should always be ready with their business continuity plan in the workplace, because we can't predict the next crisis, but we can be prepared for it. So I've shared here a sample cycle which you can implement to ensure your operations doing good. No? And if we implement this as early as possible, this could save us millions in our businesses. I'd like to share with you this slide. This is the tourism receipts as a percentage of the Philippine GDP. And the Philippine tourism is heavily affected by the coronavirus. Almost all industries, hotel, retail, and tourism destinations are almost zero in sales. And if you look back at this history, we have three major setbacks. We have the 97 Asian financial crisis, we have the SARS outbreak, and then the global financial crisis. And right now, we cannot give any numbers on how much this COVID-19 will definitely affect us. But we can do a forecast. If the COVID-19 will have the same effect of the SARS outbreak, then we are projecting a 0.3 to 0.5% drop in our GDP. And if you notice, what we are experiencing right now is the shift to the fourth industrial revolution era. And this will give emergence to new technologies. In fact, Huawei has already created an AI technology that can detect COVID-19 virus faster than the current testing kits that we have right now. No? So we're talking about from 4 to 5 days of testing. It will be less than 5 minutes. And most of the hospitals are implementing this as of now. No? And here in the Philippines, Baguio General Hospital, BGH, is currently partnering with the Huawei team to have this kind of device so they can implement this ASAP. And Cesar, as you know, there are a lot of cities right now, traditional cities moving to becoming smart cities. One example is Pasig area. They are using this smart AI technology drones that can disinfect most and major parts of the city. So with these global advancements and technologies, this can really shape how we do real estate in the Philippines in 2 to 3 years' time. No? And then recently, one of the most talked about industries, the POGO. We in the real estate, we've been here and we've seen them 5 to 6 years ago taking up chunks of office spaces here in Metro Manila. That's why when you go to in MOA area, in Bay Area, you will see a lot of developments there in the past 2 3 years. So, and even as far as Parañaque. And recently, these POGOs, who originally is setting up offices in Bay Area, is now already moving up north. So Mandaluyong, Quezon City, even as far as Bulacan and Clark, they are here now. And globally, they are around $60 billion. What we have in the Philippines, it's 3 billion. That's 5% of the total POGO market. And currently, they are occupying 1.14 million square meters of office. If we do the numbers, that's around 400,000 Chinese workers working 24 by 7, 2 shifts. And if we extract the taxes, the consumption, the real estate cost, and the salaries, this will easily equate to around 11 billion US dollars, which is around 3% of the total GDP of the country. That's how big the POGO market is right now here in the Philippines. And for this year, we are expecting around 400,000 additional. But since we have this lockdown, no, we need to consider a 6 months delay because most of the POGO operators, they're from mainland China and they are sourcing their employees there. And with the current travel ban that has been implemented, it's going to be difficult for them to bring in people here. So if you total that, no, the tourism delays and then the POGO delays, then this will easily equate to 1% loss to the Philippine economy, to the GDP. But all of these happenings, despite all the hurdles and the challenges we've experienced, the Philippine economy is growing. The Philippines is very resilient. And as what I've mentioned, in the past 8 years, we really have experienced a high and economic growth rate of 6%. Since 1999, we have an uninterrupted GDP. So until now, in the last 8 years, magandang ekonomiya. And anywhere around the world, if you hit the 6% rate, that's a very good number. So this slide naman is the Build, Build, Build program. And this is the flagship program of the Duterte administration. No? And the Philippines has so much room for growth. We are a very strategic location. We have a big talent pool. We are low cost and currently one of the best countries to invest in. Actually, if we've seen 10 years ago, companies, they're still here and they're still expanding and relocating, meaning that there's demand and business here. No? And we need this. We need the good infrastructure. We need good telecommunications, and this should support the growing Philippine market. This slide is from the World Bank and ADB, and as of 2019, the Philippines posted one of the highest growth rate of 6% plus. So if you compare the Philippines to our Southeast Asian neighbors, we are doing great compared to Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. No? And as of 2019, the GDP for our construction hit the highest, 1 trillion pesos. And the real estate loans continue to surge, meaning that the confidence is there. People from the public and private sector are borrowing money and investing in real estate. Almost everyone is investing in real estate. For the office and residential, it has aggressively expanded in the last 10 years. That's why when you go anywhere here in Metro Manila, you will see a lot of developments. And these developments, yung mga building na tinatayo, this is either office, residential, or commercial building. Yun lang naman ang pwedeng gawin eh. And this is demand driven. The prices have gone up despite the supply. And with the current scenario, people buying properties and renting, we don't see any signs of market slowdown soon. And then this one, I'd like to share this, no? Because despite all the happenings, no one really expected this. Here's some good news for 2020. The REIT, or what we also call as the Real Estate Investment Trust. Because why are we excited? Because it's been 10 years in the making. And one of the first companies to be approved is the Ayala Group. And with this, with the REIT, it allows big developers to pull in money and invest in real estate. And they are targeting 35% of the Filipinos, which is 5,000 to 500,000 in the bank. So if you want a more high risk and high return, rather than putting your money in the bank, then you can opt for this investment vehicle. And the current law states that 90% of the income should be returned to the shareholders. So this is very perfect for dividend-seeking investors. And this is growing. In Asia and globally, it's around $360 billion. There's already 121 companies participating in it, mostly from Japan. And for the Philippines, the Ayalas are planning to put in $300 million. And if you look at this slide, it's exciting because most of these most of these countries are very successful ones. And if we implement this right, this will have a tremendous growth in the Philippine real estate. Then the office market outlook, just to share with you, as of how big is it right now? As of 2019, 2020, not much of a difference. We are expecting 1 million supply coming in and being taken out. And then for this year, we have around currently 856,000 of office supply. And 35% of that is leased out as of March, meaning companies have signed and paid minimum of a three-year contract to 5-year maximum. And the remaining spaces available, we are confident that this will be taken out by year end, despite the lockdown and everything, because we've seen a huge demand this first quarter. So we are expecting that by mid-June, July, we will bounce back. And then this is the total office market supply. We have currently 10 million square meters, and most of that is in Metro Manila. 10 to 15% is from the provincial side. And if you look at this chart, 3 years ago, we have a steady increase of 1 million supply per year. And for this year, we have a slight slowdown, but we're projecting that in the coming years, this will pick up again. Maraming companies ang nagpe-pre-commit, meaning kahit hindi pa tapos ang mga building, nagsa-sign up na sila. So that's how big the demand is right now. And in terms of city supply, the highest is Dagdag with 2.5 million square meters of office, followed by Makati and then Quezon City. And then 2 to 3 years down the road, we are projecting an additional coming in supply from Quezon City, and then Pasig, Ortigas, and then Taguig area. In terms of pricing, the highest in terms of office rent is still Makati, almost 2,000 pesos per square meter. And if you want to go for more affordable options, then you can either go south or north, Alabang area or Quezon City. And in terms of land pricing, the highest is still Makati and BGC, almost 1 million pesos per square meter. You know, a lot of companies and developers are really looking to buy in these places, but price is very expensive. And aside from that, wala na ring lupa na ma-offer. Anywhere in the metro, wala ka na masyadong makikita na big spaces to offer up. And this is the office demand year on year. So far, as of 2019, we have 1.1 million square meters of take-up. And the highest market share are the POGOs. Second is the BPO industry. And then third is the traditional office takers. But we are expecting that the BPO will still grow around 5 to 6% increase for next year. And then as of 2016, the POGOs, as I've mentioned, they are already occupying 1.14 million square meters of office. and that's around 10% of the total market supply here in the Philippines. The BPO industry, it's a $23 billion industry. They've been here in the Philippines for more than 20 years. We are number one in voice and second to India. And with the big talent pool that Philippines has and the low cost, we are attracting big players in the industry to do their higher value back office here, such as accounting and engineering. And according to IBPAP, they are projecting the BPO industry will continue to grow around 6 to 7% in the next 2 years. And then this one, I'd like to share this slide. This is the flexible office market. And they are one of the current trends right now. Why? Because they offer flexibility. And for startup companies and freelancers, this is the way to go because easily they can expand and cut cost anytime. And with the current pricing, it's very practical. It's on an average it's around 15 to 17,000 per seating, and that includes all in electricity, water. If you need function rooms, you can rent it. So this is very a plus factor for startup companies, especially when doing business. Office rent is really, should be really accounted kasi ang mahal na ng presyo ng office rents ngayon. And aside from the big players like Rejuice, there are new ones in the market. Like to mention sila, WeWork, Work Studios, Work With, a lot is coming. So new options and more, and these are all around the CBDs right now. The provincial market outlook, as I've mentioned, it's growing, and they are around 10 to 15% of the total market supply here in the Philippines. And then the township developments. This one is also new because the big players like Rockwell, Udena, Megaworld, Ayala, SM, they are into township developments. And why do we think that this is the way to go? Because people wanted to be in an area wherein they want to live, work, and play. So it's more about the quality of life. And the current administration, they are pushing these big developers to build outside Metro Manila. So the provincial side, the provincial cities like Cebu, Davao, Clark, Iloilo, Dumaguete, this will grow. There will be an additional supply of offices, residential in 2 to 3 years' time. And the good thing with this one, since the current administration is pushing them outside to build, this will also contribute to the decongestion of Metro Manila. Wala naman na sigurong gustong ma-stuck sa traffic ngayon dito. Lalo na, ang binabiyahe ng iba nating kababayan is around 3 to 4 hours in a day. And that is really something, no? And the retail market outlook, this is growing. If you've seen this slide, our retail and e-commerce is growing, but it's not that big compared to other countries. So I'd like to mention, siguro yung average spending natin is around $20 to $30 per person. Wherein if you compare it to our our Western countries, it's around the minimum of $2,000 to $3,000 spending per person. So the fusion of the retail and e-commerce is going there. It's going to happen in the several years. And with the growth of e-commerce, this will also result to logistic companies finding warehouses for their facilities. It is getting there. As you can see in the slide, the SM Malls is partnering with Lazada and then with their logistics company. Same with the Ayala and the Zalora group. And then the residential market outlook, as of 2019, we have completed around 376,000, but we are expecting around 15,500 to be added this year. And most of that is geared towards the mid-end market, around 6 million to 9 million pesos. And in terms of pricing, it's still Makati and BGC, which is the highest, around 300,000 to 450,000 pesos. In fact, if you pass by Ayala Avenue, you will see a new development there by the SM and Federal. And if you think about it, it's still pre-selling, but they're pricing it at around 500,000 pesos per square meter. Can you imagine if it's already up and running, how much the prices would that be? So that's how crazy the prices have been in the past few years. So it keeps on increasing. There's a big demand and supply is really coming in also. And then we have the co-living spaces. And this one is also a new trend, like the flexible office spaces. But this is residential. The boutique developers are eyeing all over the fringe areas in central business districts. And they are targeting the young millennials and young startup families between 20 to 35 years old. And an average price, Guru, around 7,000 per person. It's very affordable. And people right now, the young millennials, they don't want to travel 2 to 3 hours just to get to work. They want something near the city, near the mall, wherein they can enjoy. As I've mentioned, ito na nga yung sinasabi nilang quality of life. Kesa matraffic sila ng ganito katagal, tapos pipiliin na nila na tumira sa maliliit na spaces, and then they can just easily walk to work. Comfortability, quality, that's it. Increasing year on year, meaning that there's a big demand. And then last August, inflation fell 1.7%. And currently, Philippines is one of the best countries to invest in all over the world. No? And before I finish my slide, I just want to share some thoughts. And first is the COVID-19 will definitely affect the Philippine economy. If you consider the tourism delays, the POGO delays, this will easily equate to around 1% loss to the Philippine GDP. And second, despite all the hurdles and all the lockdowns that's happening, we are very optimistic that the Philippine economy will still continue to grow. And we are projecting higher, around 6.2%. And then third is the retail and e-commerce will continue to grow, but this will result to higher needs for warehouses for their logistic companies. And then the provincial side will also continue to grow. The current administration is pushing them to build. So the cities, provincial cities like Cebu, Davao, Clark will continue to grow too. No? And this will result in decongestion in Metro Manila. And lastly, the Philippine real estate will experience a general slowdown. But we are very positive that by second half of this year, around mid-June and July, everything will bounce back. So that's it to finish my presentation. And if you have any questions, this is our team. If you need any help in real estate expertise, Lobian Realty can definitely help you.
Hi, JM. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a few questions here, JM, but maybe the first question would come from me. So based on the data that you have provided, I think some of the data there didn't consider the COVID-19 developments yet. But what is interesting in your presentation, like for example, is that I have never heard you tell about cancellations of bookings or buyings, but more you use the word delays. So, with all this data that you have presented, do you think there's going to be a major revision of projections of the outlook maybe in the next coming months? Although you mentioned already that you targeted about May, June for things to pick up. The question there is what would be more relevant and accurate basis to say that there could be a great pickup on May or June. And is there another way or another indicator on when, or if businesses should rethink or revise their projections, especially their plans as far as real estate is concerned?
Okay, that's a very good question, no, Sir Cesar. So right now, first is we cannot say on how long this lockdown will happen, no? But given, let's say, 2 months maximum, sabi nga nila, the best time to buy the best time to buy real estate is when the prices are down. And during this fortuitous events like this, no, based on our data, since the demand is low, the property owners are selling their real estate for a very good price. I'm not saying everyone, no, but majority is selling for a good price, and this is the best time to buy properties right now because after this lockdown and after everything has normalized, then it will go back to the usual thing, no. So, and in addition to that, um, the property sellers are very open to flexible terms. So if you have the money right now, you can. It's more on the buyer's market now that nang nangyari itong COVID-19. So the buyers have more options to exercise on which properties to buy if they want to go to invest in land properties or house or retail, no. So I hope I answered that question.
Yes, actually, JM, you answered it well, and we also have our viewers who are joining us in this digital forum, and they have some questions. Can we see them now? Are they joining us? Oh, yeah, yeah. Miss Joanne Soriano is from New York. Your question, Joanne.
You actually somewhat answered it. I was going to ask if this would be the best time to invest in real estate.
Is it, JM?
Well, Joanne, to answer that, no. In terms of pricing, as what I've mentioned, it's just a general suggestion. So if people has an extra money to spend right now, then I would say that this is the best time to buy properties because first, the prices is definitely going to be much lower than the normal ones that we are offering the market. And second, the property owners and developers, sellers, they can offer flexibility options to buyers who will buy at this point in time.
JM, just to butt in, and Joanne, just to follow up. When you said it's cheaper or more affordable, gaano ba kababa yung ibinagsak nung presyo? Are you looking at a certain percentage on how the developers have really put their prices down?
It depends kasi Sir Cesar. So I can't say how much the prices will drop, but given that the bank rates are much lower, the interest rates, I think probably siguro safe around 10 to 20% lower than the usual price. But at the end of the day, it still depends on the property seller on how much he or she is willing to give it to the buyers.
Just a question, Joanne. I think you're calling from New York. Is that the same case in the United States? Is it cheaper now in the United States in terms of buying real estate?
The luxury market here is there's not enough demand in the luxury market. So there's more demand in the more affordable housing here because New York is so crowded. So there's always a demand, but the luxury market I think has topped out. They've been building too much in terms of construction.
I see.
But in terms of affordable housing, there's definitely a need for that here.
I see. JM, in terms of, you said all the prices are down. Does that apply in all sectors? You mentioned about office, residential, tourism. Is that the same across all markets?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question clearly. Can you repeat it?
Okay, in terms of prices, is that the same with all the different sectors or markets from office, residential, tourism? Are they all down in terms of pricing?
I would say yes. For the residential, commercial, and office sector, almost all prices are going down because there's no demand currently at the moment. So that's what I've mentioned though. It's really up to if people will still buy at this time, because yes, in general, uh, everything, almost all sectors in the real estate have a drop in prices.
Mhm. Okay. Our tech team is also presenting some other are lining up other questions from our viewers. Are we ready po? Okay. JM, here's another question. Instead of investing in office space, what are the other alternatives for us? You mentioned about co-working or co-location earlier. Um, is that as you mentioned, a lot of MSMEs now have not enough cash flows, and it affects their operations. So is co-location or co-working a great alternative for them?
In terms, speaking of the co-working spaces, as what I've mentioned earlier in my slide, 10 years ago, it's a different thing. We only have like one, two players here in Metro Manila.
Mhm.
But currently, right now, no, there is a lot of co-working players, industries that is already residing in major central business districts.
Mhm.
And the good thing with the Philippines, we are the currently we are the we are the best are the best country to invest in at the moment, and a lot of major players globally wanted to set up shop here in the Philippines. So if you will be putting up or venture into this co-office thing, as of right now, it's still good. There's a lot of major players coming in, small companies, startups, and with the current supply that we have right now, we can see that the big demand is overpowering these all of these companies. So, and given that the two major CBDs is the only active currently,
Mm.
Ortigas is coming there, and there's also a lot of expansions coming in Quezon City. So
Mm.
yes, I would say that it's still a good step if you want to venture into the co-office
Mm.
or co-living business here in the Philippines.
Okay, my last question, JM, before I let you go and before I thank John also from New York. So when things normalize, so what do you see or what do you foresee will be the major drivers of real estate to continue its growth path?
Okay, so first is the office market. Once things has normalized, maybe around mid-June, all
Mm.
operations will go back. The demand coming from the companies looking from different sectors like the BPO. This year we recorded around 15,500 supply coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and that's mostly toward the mid-end market. So these prices are very affordable. So I'm saying is that the mid-end market will be will be moving faster than the high-end and luxury market. And in
Mm-hmm.
terms of the retail establishments, we project that there's going to be a bounce back too, because all businesses, the SMEs, will be, of course, needing to get back into operations. So yes, that's it.
Thank you very much, JM, and thank you to Miss Sheila Lobian, and of course to Lobian Realty Group for supporting the first public digital forum of Open for Business. Thank you very much, JM, for your time.
Thank you, Sir Cesar.
Joanne Blanco of Manhattan, New York, thank you very much for your question. Anything else that you can say from New York?
Just thank you very much for the presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. Um, one more question. If would you say that a lot of the investments are being done by foreigners or by Filipinos there?
Actually, based on her presentation and when I spoke with the CEO of Lubian Realty Group, there's a lot of interests from foreign investments here in the Philippines. It's because of the many factors that we have. One is, of course, the cheaper labor. We're English speaking. A lot of the BPOs. These are the key drivers here in the Philippines. Number one, it's the BPO sector. It's really big in the Philippines. The second one, as JM mentioned, is POGO, because there's a lot of Chinese investments coming in here in the Philippines. But I'm not an authority there, Joanne, but hopefully you can stay watching and we can engage with the other speakers later on. But that is a very good question. You can also, not only you, Joanne, maybe the others can also send their comments on the Facebook page of Eagle News, also on the comment section of the YouTube channel. Joanne, thank you so much. Please stay and please watch the show.
Thank you.
The COVID-19 pandemic is challenging leadership across the globe. If companies have embraced the principles to lead in the fourth industrial revolution, leaders can be more future-proof in facing today's challenges. Joining from Australia is Jamie Getgood, an award-winning senior HR leader with a proven track record of achievement across generalist and specialist HR roles in a number of large multinational organizations. With General Motors Holden closing its manufacturing operations in Australia in 2017, he took on the leadership in the closure of the industry with a strong focus around culture, people leadership, change management, and employee engagement principles. The key foundation of this support has been around the development of a best practice transition center to support all employees in the auto industry receiving the support, advice, and training to help them transition into new work. As a result of the work in this area, Jamie was named as the Australian Leader Manager of the Year at the Australian Excellence Awards in 2017 and was a finalist in the Australian HR Institute's HR Director of the Year Awards in 2017. To talk about leading in fire or leading in the fourth industrial revolution is Jamie Getgood, Director of Getgood Consulting. Jamie.
Hi Cesar, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Look, it's a great opportunity to be able to share this story. I am going to talk about leadership in the fourth industrial revolution, but I'm also going to use some case study notes from the General Motors Holden story where we closed the automotive industry. I'll just share my screen. Is that okay? Can you see my screen okay?
Great. It's perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start taking you on a journey of the General Motors Holden story. First of all, if you don't know much about Holden, we are a General Motors business. We were an Australian icon in Australia. We started our business back in 1856. We're a 160-year-old organisation, and we started off making saddles and building our way through to vehicle manufacturing for General Motors over the last 70-odd years. As you can see, we are an Australian icon. We built cars for Australia, and it's a very affectionate brand here in Australia. We're just like Vegemite and kangaroos over here. Everyone loves our brand. And unfortunately, we got to a point in 2013 where we announced we had to close manufacturing in Australia. It wasn't just closing manufacturing in Australia, it was closing the whole industry because economically it's very difficult to build cars in our country. I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey on the leadership principles here, because people look at us and go, well, you had an incredible business results at the end, and how did you do that? Well, part of that is what I want to share today with leading in the fourth industrial revolution. As you mentioned before, there were points in time where the industrial revolution really had pivotal moments. So for example, 1.0 was steam engineering. There was a defined point in time. Same with assembly line and computing internet. The difficulty with the fourth industrial revolution, it's really happened gradually. So our leadership principles aren't a set point in time as some of the previous revolutions were. This is really something that is gradually growing every day. But why would we have an automotive manufacturing guy talking about the fourth industrial revolution? You might be sitting there going, well, how does that impact auto? How would you use that in that industry? Well, I'm going to take you through very briefly, before I move on, some of the items that we had that really tied into the fourth industrial revolution. I mean, we were very much an automated organization. We had a lot of employees, but at the same time, we had a lot of robotics. We had a body shop which welded the car together that had hundreds of robots that welded the car, and a lot of it wasn't done by people. Our VF Commodore or VE Commodore was what we called the billion-dollar baby. We invested a lot of technology into that car. But in addition to that, General Motors are really big at being at the forefront of technology. So the fourth industrial revolution wasn't an overnight thing for us either. It was constantly being managed and grown, and it was evolving as an organization. So for example, in our manufacturing facility, which you'll see on the screen, we did a lot of 3D printing. When it came to designing parts for our car, we designed it through a 3D printer first and tested it in that environment. We often had guns and spindles in the plant that we had to make special parts for. We would 3D print them. So we would use some of this technology quite heavily. If you then look briefly at the cars that we were building as an organization, we had a goal to have zero crashes. And right now, if you are in the US, and especially in San Francisco, we have completely autonomous vehicles driving around there now, which will pick up General Motors Holden employees or General Motors employees and drive them to work without a steering wheel, without controls, without pedals. So we are already heavily involved in autonomous vehicles, and the production vehicles are starting right now. General Motors are actually at the forefront of this technology, and it's absolutely incredible to see how this is evolving. They're also focusing a lot on zero crashes, so connecting vehicles to each other. And this involves a lot of information and technology like AI, blockchain data, and it takes a whole heap of information where you need connectivity right across that environment. Now, the benefit of connected vehicles is if all the cars talk to each other, you're not going to have crashes because they'll know as they're getting closer, and they'll be able to calculate when and how they move. So it's very much a change in how we drive. And then finally, there's probably technology that you may have in your current car. So for example, we have traffic sign memory and intelligent speed assist, and there's a whole heap of functions in a lot of the cars you probably drive today. And to give you an idea of what that looks like, this video shows you what your car is currently doing as you drive along. It's picking up pedestrians and traffic signs and signs. It's already analyzing speeds of different and distances of some of these things. AI is absolutely being used in your car today. So we're already in an area where, yes, we're a manufacturer, yes, we're a car company, but we're using this technology as we go. But I'm not necessarily here to just talk about General Motors. I do want to talk about leading in this fourth industrial revolution, because this does bring a whole heap of challenges to us as leaders in how we relate to people and how we get the best for our organization. There was actually a global poll done by Deloitte in 2019 where they got 2,000 C-suite executives across 19 countries, and they asked them a whole range of questions in relation to the fourth industrial revolution. And they asked them, how are you leaders taking effective action? And some of the findings from that study were interesting. The first point that really came out was there was a genuine commitment to improve the world that we're in. In this fourth industrial revolution and the way we are really conscious of our climate and the world around us, the CEOs and executives were really committed to improving our world, but also having a societal impact. And that was the most important factor going forward. So a lot of the big executives now are yes, they're looking at the bottom line and looking at shares and everything else, but they're really looking at, well, how can we make a difference? And I think that's a pivotal move for organizations going forward. In relation to another point is difficulty in developing strategies for this fourth industrial revolution. I mean, you think about it now, there are so many choices now through technology and software and apps and the automated systems that we use. But it can be very difficult as an executive go, well, what way do we go? It can also be very difficult to sort of identify, well, how do we have a strategic vision to understand this new technology is changing so quickly? The third point that came out of the study was the old style of leadership was to make bold investments to take the business forward and change the direction of the organization. Now, leaders are less concerned about bold investments and more concerned about increasing the technology within the organization. Now, that has some amazing pluses as a leader, but it also makes you wonder, are we missing opportunities through this journey? I think the final point that came out of this survey was the talent and skills for the future. If they surveyed these executives in 2018, and 86% of the executives said that they were doing enough to be ready for the fourth industrial revolution. In 2019, 12 months later, that 86% dropped to 47%. And all of a sudden, people were concerned not so much about the technology and the systems, but they were more concerned about and had less confidence in getting the right talent and skills for this future. So that then created a whole world of other challenges. As a leader in this environment, we now have the emergence of non-traditional teams. We have people that, and we're seeing this with the coronavirus right now. We have remote teams working at home. And if you've never had a workplace that's done this, all of a sudden you're in this brave new world where you're talking to people through Zoom and by the phone. And that can be incredible, but at the same time, it can create some challenges. We've got people now working flexible hours. We've got people in different demographics around the world. And as the fourth industrial revolution grows, we're also probably going to be leading robots or artificial intelligence. And that then creates a challenge. If I'm now a leader, not just leading a team of people all around the world, but I now have some AI assistants involved, does that change the way I lead? Because they're going to have not just consideration around feelings and emotions, they're going to be purely based on fact. So it means we need to learn differently about how we lead. The challenge of maintaining engagement, trust, and relationship. I mean, the employment relationship is all about trust. It's all about having people aligned with your values and being engaged in your business. But this now creates a new challenge for us that we have to lead differently. And this is very difficult when we are working remotely and flexibly and so forth. This new revolution also brings the creation of exponential roles. As a leader, we may have some defined skill sets for the roles that we have people doing. And that's going to have to evolve, and we have to give them more information around data fluency and so forth. But the creation of exponential roles is because all of a sudden we are going to have to lean on people's alternative skill sets and maybe less tangible native competencies. You know, as roles develop into completely new industries and new roles, we're going to have to rely on people with different skill sets. And what does that mean? That means you need to know your people, not just the skill sets they do in the current job, but you need to know their passions, their values, and the skill sets that they have or the capability they have that maybe you haven't explored yet. There is definitely a data proliferation. We know in this new world, data is going to be flooded at us. So we're going to be constantly looking at data. And this is really good as a leader to have all the points of leadership to be able to go, okay, I can see where this is moving and that is moving. But it also creates further challenges where we can have so much data that maybe we focus on the wrong things. And if we don't understand that data and what the relevant points are, we may actually drive the business in the wrong direction. And my fifth challenge that has come out of all these studies is really diversity and inclusion. More and more, We need to create a truly diverse and inclusive team. And that's not just focused on one narrative, it has to be focused on all narratives of diversity. The research is simple. Companies that focus on diversity and inclusion significantly outperform their peers. And we're talking numbers like 6 times more likely to be innovative, 6 times more likely to be agile. So the research is really highly favoured around diversity and inclusion. So this is all great, but what skills do we actually need? So this was sourced by the World Economic Forum. Is actually a really good slide that highlights the different dimensions of leadership. And we are going to have to look at a whole range of different types of leadership as we go forward. But the key is as if you look at the right, the transformational leadership behaviours that will support people being at the centre is those ones on the right. And I fear, and I've seen this in lots of organisations that I'm working with at the moment, that organisations are focused so heavily on the systems and processes and technology, and people probably realise. As I mentioned, that we had announced closure. But prior to that, I joined the organisation in 2011, and the culture wasn't brilliant, if I'm to be completely honest. We had some great people, we had some good leaders, but it was very much a command and control style leadership. We weren't leading in the way I've been talking about in the last few slides. And it got to a point that as an organisation, we were in the General Motors world, we were in the bottom quartile. We probably weren't performing where we needed to be. So we as an organisation really got together and said, well, how do we lead differently? And that includes not just using technology, but how do we lead as people? So we then looked at, well, how do we change this culture? And there's so many theories and models out there. And one of the best models I've come across and most simplest models is actually from my pastor. That culture is in what you relate to. And you can have models that will go so much deeper than this, but at the end of the day, if you look at what these 3 matters, accept, reject, and relate to, you are going to make a tangible difference to the culture that you're in. And this wasn't just for our manufacturing workforce, it was for our corporate workforce, it was for anyone that was working remotely. We had to change how we led. So we then put in place a whole range of leadership principles. And this is, I'm not going to spend the time on all of these dot points, but for me, there's just a number of items we went through that really changed how we led. We started, for example, we started focusing less on the metrics and the data in our organisation and actually started focusing on our people. We realised that if we got our people right, got their values right in relation to what we did and why we did it, got them understanding everything about the organisation, but making them feel like that they were important to us and making them our focus, that the results would come. And that's exactly what happened. We started being transparent with everything we did. We started a process we call diagonal slices, where we'd grab a cross-sectional group of people from across the organisation, from engineering to production. We'd bring them in the room and we'd tell them everything that's happening in the business. And I'm talking everything: data, finances, new product releases, which was a very unique concept because we very much had kept that stuff to ourselves in the past. We started doing a whole heap of things, like we put in every leader's calendar 30 minutes every week. We asked them to walk the floor and just get to know your people. And we didn't necessarily want them talking about work. We wanted them to build relationships, because the core pivotal function about leadership is getting to know your people and getting the best results from them. So again, I'm not going to spend too much longer on that, but we then changed the way we led to be so people focused. So What did that do for our organization? Well, again, I could run through a whole heap of stats, but I'll just highlight a couple. Where our absenteeism went from 9% to 3.7% over a 4-year period. It was actually 5 or 6 year period. Our quality data, we went from, again, a bottom quartile quality performer, and this graph on the left actually highlights one of our last vehicles. We ended up having to continuing to increase our quality levels because we kept beating it, to the point where our plant here in South Australia was the #1 car plant in the General Motors world for quality for the last 8 months of manufacturing. So bottom quartile to the #1 car plant. It's absolutely impressive. And as a result of that performance, the picture on the right shows you we won safety awards, and for 4 years, and in fact, there was a 5th year running, we were the most significantly improved plant from a cost point of view. Now, how did we do that? To be honest, it was all about culture. It was all about getting those skill sets right. And it didn't matter if you're on a phone working remotely. It didn't matter if we were relying on the 4th Industrial Revolution or technology. Getting the people component right in your business is absolutely crucial. Now, that can be a challenge in this new world we live in. If you have remote workers, how do you build relationships? How do you get them to buy into the values of the organization? And I think from here, this is where we need to make sure that there are regular touch points, whether it be virtually, but I still believe in the power of face-to-face. You still need to have regular face-to-face conversations, and not just about work. We need to build about what just for my last minute or two, I didn't want to go past without touching on, well, how do we fight this COVID-19 crisis from a leadership point of view? And I was thinking carefully about this over the last couple of days, and I thought, well, how do we naturally fight a virus? You naturally will have temperature and vitamins, and there's proximity away from people, and we can rest and we can control our stress factors. And I think that's what we would naturally do to control a virus. But from a leadership point of view in this current environment, what do we do? Well, I think it's very similar. I think we can put the right amount of heat up. If you're still working and your business is still continuing and your people working at home, how do you energize? How do you heat up and invigorate your people? How do you encourage, engage, and collate their thoughts? From a vitamins point of view, we need to nurture and inspire and grow our people, keep them nourished, help them be part of that culture. It doesn't matter if you're working at home. It doesn't matter if we're in a tough environment. Your people are more crucial now through this crisis than ever. So build them up, inspire them, encourage them. Proximity. This is a virtual proximity in some cases now because of this virus. But how do we amplify that relationship and trust? I think the relationship piece is crucial in this environment. Now, rest, how do we reframe people's mindsets? How do we ease their minds? There are a lot of people nervous about jobs at the moment. We need to make sure that we are reframing their mindset so they see this not just as a slump, but a restorative break. If we have to close, we need to lower the temperature and ease their mind. And then finally, how do we control stress factors for our people? How do you manage their anxiety? Your people, even if they are smiling over the phone or over Zoom or however else you're communicating in this environment, how are you managing their anxiety? Because people are worried about their jobs. People are worried about this virus. And it's our job as leaders to build trust, to build hope in our people. At the end of the day, leadership through this environment is all about trust. And we need to build relationships with our people, make them the pivotal point. Thank you, Cesar.
Hi, Jamie. That last slide was fantastic. Thank you so much. That was that was awesome. Okay. First, Jamie, I'd like to. You can end your share screen now. First, I'd like to thank you, Jamie, because you were supposed to come here in the Philippines and physically attend the business forum, and But now, thank you to technology, we still see you and we have a wider audience because a lot of our viewers also are online. I think the last time we met was, I'm not sure if it's at the CEO forum or at a ASEAN HR Congress. Okay. Now, my question before, we have viewers from, I think coming from a question from Orlando, Florida. But before we let her in or we let him in, my question is, you've been in the Philippines several times, and so far, you were able to engage with Filipinos and the Filipino talent. So with the initiatives that you have mentioned, specifically on managing talent in the fourth industrial revolution, how do you think can Filipinos adapt to these new fire strategies?
Yeah, look, I think the Filipinos are a beautiful race. You guys are incredible people, and you already get a lot of the principles around relationship and behavior. I think for me, it's about trying to bring people on the journey, trying to get them to see the values of the organization, and but let employees feel like that they have a voice. Let them feel like that they, no matter what position they play, they can at least be part of the solution or be part of the fix. And I think that's easier said than done. I think in some of my experiences in the Philippines, I can see that there are organizations that are very top heavy and will tell the workforce what to do. I think there are different ways you can get people to have a voice at all levels of the organization and feel like they're empowered to be part of the fix or be part of the solution in the business. So I think for me, it's how do you empower the people at the lower levels to have a voice? Because as the research shows, you give people a voice, even if they're not the decision maker, they will outperform others.
That's awesome. Now, I think the viewer from Orlando, Florida is already available. Can we bring her in? Oh, Miss Melissa Potes of Orlando, Florida. Your question, Miss Melissa.
Hi, Jamie. You had a lot of great information there. Now that working remotely is the new normal, what skill sets are companies really looking for in applicants, especially in the fourth industrial revolution?
Yeah, so I think there are a range of skill sets. For me, data fluency is absolutely crucial. As we go into tech, it's going to be more and more crucial people understand data, understand how to work with technology. There's a level of AI-driven technology that's increasing. So if you don't have a lot of knowledge in that space, I would encourage people to start looking at, well, how do I get across some of even the basic technologies of Zoom? People have really struggled in the last few weeks just dealing with Zoom. But this new industrial revolution is going to be heavily focused around data and visuals. So getting a tech understanding is fairly important. But again, for me, it's emotional intelligence. I think as a leader, emotional intelligence is crucial face to face, but even more so when someone's on the other end of a phone or an other end of a computer. So being able to read body language, being able to read when people's emotions are different. So, and again, that can be difficult virtually, but emotional intelligence, a collaborative style, ability to problem solve, I think these are transferable skills that we need to focus on, not just on the tech.
And then from the business side of it, what do you think are the most important leadership principles that are going to help us survive during this current climate?
For me, it all comes back to building relationships with your team. I think there's a lot of belief out there about what an employee relationship is and how to get the best out of employees. I think it's all about trust. If your employees trust you implicitly with everything, and that's about building psychological safety within your team, if you can build trust as a leader, and that's all about relationship, people will bend over backwards for you. People will go the next mile. So for me as a leader, it's how do I instill trust in my workforce? And that's things like being transparent, being open and honest, sharing information that maybe you wouldn't have shared. I think it's about just getting to know your people. I mean, I used to love walking our factories and just every day just asking people about their dog name and their favourite football team, or just getting to know people as people, and that in turn builds trust. So it's that emotional intelligence, it's those relationship skills that are absolutely crucial. And I think my concern is, as I said before, we do a lot of leadership courses, but we don't focus a lot on this human element. I mean, I run a course in my consulting business called Being Human, and it's all about bringing us back to the human elements of leadership and not just the principles and systems.
So really the importance of building that culture between the leadership and then the employees.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, for that question. Before we let you go, Jamie, I think there's another question here. Because of course you are from the HR industry, and because of the fourth industrial revolution, a lot of people, and there's a question on what job sectors will die and which ones will flourish.
Whew. It's a very difficult. I think those with the less technical skills are going to have more challenges, and let's be honest, if you look at manufacturing, some of those skills have already started dissipating with the introduction of robotics. Anything that's administrative or data driven or basic data driven that doesn't need analysis is going to be impacted, because again, we've got AI technology that can do a lot of that now. So I think it's the less technical roles are going to find this more difficult. Now, that doesn't mean to say this is scary if you're in one of those roles. It just means start thinking now about how you develop data fluency and understanding of technology. How do I build your behavioral skill sets? Because we're still going to need to relate to people. So I think it's those industries that have a less technical or a more administrative function that are going to be in difficulty. But that's not necessarily happening overnight. This is a gradual thing in some industries.
Okay. There's another question. What will people who lack emotional intelligence do? How can they learn to be effective and trustworthy as well?
I think people can. There's an element of learning that you can get in emotional intelligence. I mean, I saw some of our leaders at General Motors who probably struggled in this area, and that's why our culture was the way it was. But I saw some of them completely turn it around, and now some of the best people leaders I've worked with. So there is a level of training you can do to enhance someone's emotional intelligence. Look, I think that's the key. I think you can learn it, but I think what can you do to do that? Well, again, I think find some tools that will help you look at behaviours. Find some tools that help you build relationships. Get a mentor and get someone to coach you on how you talk to people and how you relate to people. I think mentorship is underutilized today. I think every person needs a mentor. And I think that's absolutely crucial. Someone that can speak into how you lead or how you work without you getting upset. So mentorship's absolutely crucial.
Thank you, Lisa, for that question. And thank you, Jamie. I hope, when everything normalizes, you can travel again and be here in the Philippines to talk in one of our forums. Thank you, Jamie.
No
any message to the Filipino audiences?
For me, again, I think there's a famous quote by Maya Angelou, which says, people will not remember what you said, they won't remember what you've done, but they'll always remember how you make them feel. And I think for me as a leader, if you can make your people remember you based on how you made them feel, they will go the extra mile for your organization.
That is perfect, Jamie. Perfect. A great way to end your talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's Jamie Getgood, Director of the Getgood Consulting. And thank you, Melissa Potes and Miss Melissa Potes of Orlando, Florida. We'll pause for a few reminders.
This digital public forum is sponsored by Multisys Technologies Corporation.
We are not only fighting COVID-19, we are also fighting red tape. And the only government official who is with us in this digital public forum is Attorney Jeremiah Bellika, the first Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ART. Before being appointed by President Rodrigo Duterte as the ARTA czar last July 3, 2019, DG Bellika served as a founding and managing partner of his own law firm, the Bellika Aranas Valdueza de la Cruz and Associates, where he practices private law. A collegiate graduate of the University of Santo Tomas, DG Bellika served as the youngest consultant to the Office of the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, the founder and chairman of Kabataang Bagong Buhay, founder and chairman of the Youth Moral Force Society of former Chief Justice Renato Puno. DG Bellika is a practicing lawyer, a licensed real estate broker, an environmental planner, a Christian pastor, and the Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, Attorney Jeremiah Bellika. Secretary Bellika, good morning po.
Good morning, Cesar. Thank you for having us. And I do hope that everybody is safe. And thank you for this wonderful forum, e-forum that you are hosting right now.
Thank you so much po.
Okay, yeah. All right, so can I start?
Go ahead, Secretary. Okay, we'll share your
Okay.
slide, Secretary.
Yes, please. Okay, so talking to you about the efforts of the government against red tape. First off, let me start with the next slide, please. So the goal has always been zero red tape towards doing business with ease in the Philippines. We know that the situation in the country has blown out of proportions when it comes to the issue of red tape, since the government in the past until recently that we have had the way of operating in silos. That's why a stronger effort by the government has been initiated by the Duterte administration. Next slide, please. So to give us an understanding and overview, the battle against red tape has always been waged at two fronts. The first front of battle against red tape is what we call an agency level battle of red tape. These pertains to different services that could be delivered by an individual agency or a single agency, like licenses that could already be delivered by the Land Transportation Office, like business permits that could be delivered by our local government offices. But also, there is also an issue of red tape on the level of an interagency red tape. This is more of the sectoral level wherein which a single application goes through several government agencies. So let me just give us a quick rundown on these two fronts of what the government is doing. So let me start with the individual agency level. Next slide, please. First off, in 2018, the government did enact a new law, the Republic Act 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. The implementing rules and regulation was fully published and operationalized last year, 2019, August 4, 2019. And we are now on our 7th month with the full implementation of the new Anti-Red Tape Act. So the Ease of Doing Business law or the new Anti-Red Tape law created our agency, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, which wields and functions, um, which actually has two major important functions. First is the um, enforcement function, and the second is the empowerment function. So the enforcement function is a function of ARTA that allows us to crack the whip or to hold the whip to um, allow and even mandatorily ask the government agencies to implement the provisions of the anti-red tape of the new anti-red tape law. But at the same time, ARTA also has an empowerment function, which means that we are also assisting the government agencies in their streamlining efforts, giving them recommendations on how they should streamline their services and help them think better and rationalize their system better. So these are the two functions, the empowerment and the enforcement functions of ARTA. So going back to the um, agency level activities that the anti-red tape has been doing in the past 6 months is first is that we have been coordinating, and we have called the five most complaint agencies that the president did mention during the 2019 State of the Nation address. And we have been coordinating and seeing significant efforts from most of them. ARTA has been meeting with them almost weekly to ensure that the services within these agencies would indeed be streamlined and rationalized. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have to understand that when we talk about red tape is any measure or any policy or any law or any process that a government might be requiring from the public or the transacting public. Uh, However, those policies and those rules does not already serve the purpose by which it was for which it was created. That actually results to undesirable social outcomes and a sort of a burdensome um, requirement for the people. So also, the anti-red tape authority in the agency level um, of our actions against red tape, we have also employed our recommendatory powers on of different government agencies. We have sent policy recommendations to regulatory bodies like the Food and Drug Administration and the Land Transportation and Franchising Board. The ARTA also on an agency level has also been implementing strictly the compliance of the government agencies in the coming up of the citizens charter. Now, based on the new law, the ease of doing business law, all of the government agencies are required to submit their citizens charter and to post it outside or in the most conspicuous place of their areas and place in their offices, as well as um, post it in their websites. Now, just to give us an understanding what is a citizens charter, which I think is very important for us to understand, a citizens charter is a set of list of requirements and services, set of list of services that the government agency offers to the public. So when you it's sort of a menu by which we use whenever we go to a restaurant. We go to a restaurant. In the restaurant, the different dishes that they are offering, as well as the actual amount of those dishes that they are actually offering it for. So the Citizens Charter functions like a menu. When you get into that agency, you would know exactly based on those lists what are the different services being offered, how much fees that you ought to pay for, and what are the requirements that are stipulated for those particular um, services. Now, it is strictly prohibited by law that a government agency would go beyond those lists and would go beyond those fees. So, yeah, so it is actually very important for us to understand that this list should be you know followed by the government agencies. Now, so also ARTA has the function of filing cases for those who have not who fails to abide by the new um, law, specifically on the prescribed processing time. Now, if we would be able to see the slides on the required processing times,
Secretary?
the required processing, yes, yes,
Yeah,
Cesar?
I think your slides are available already. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
there.
Cesar.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now, so this is the citizens charter that I was referring to, that all government agencies are required to have. You know, the citizens charters, as I have said, should contain all of the services, and all of the requirements per services, and all of the fees, pertinent fees per services, and that government offices should not go beyond these requirements and these fees. Now, any excesses by the government offices when, say, for example, that they would be requiring for more than what is written in that list, would be a violation of the new ARTA law. Now, one very important, if we go back a little bit, just go back a little bit in our slides. Okay. So one very important uh, feature of the new law is the automatic approval feature of uh, applications that was not processed within the processing times, right? So if an application, according to this new law, beyond is what was made to pend more than 3 days for simple transactions, 7 days for complex transactions, and 20 days for highly technical transactions, those applications are already considered automatically approved by operation of law. So ARTA in the past few months have declared an automatic approval of more than 7,000 pending applications from different government agencies. Okay, so let me just skip through these slides. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just skip through these slides. Now, so this what we see now. Thank you. We could see now the some policy recommendations that we are doing, that we have done, and right now we are currently doing right now to help our government, especially regarding our COVID-19 situation. So this is also within the powers of ARTA in an agency level. Next slide, please. Also, you might have been aware that we did have an important leap of 29 notches from our ranking last year of 124 uh, for this current for the for last year's cycle. The Philippines registered as 95th in the ease of doing business ranking survey of the World Bank. And the ARTA right now for this incoming doing business cycle would now be has now taken the lead, and we're expecting that by the end of this administration's term, we would reach up to the 75th ranking. Next slide, please. Now, there are some efforts now going now to the interagency level effort that ARTA has been doing. The battle against red tape is more intense when it comes to the interagency battle against red tape, for the simple reason that um, each agency, since time immemorial, we have been really focused on the regulatory functions of the government, and we have some challenges in the past in the uh, sharing of data within, amongst, and between government agencies, and the operation in silos, as we call it, wherein sometimes you feel that within a government bureaucracy there are several kingdoms that does not talk to each other. But now with the new law, government agencies are forced to actually come together and simplify their processes and streamline and ultimately automate and use the cyber technology for us to be able to make things faster. One such program and project of the of ARTA that we recently launched is the National Business One-Stop Shop, wherein a government office within wherein a private person who would want to start their business could register with the Security Exchange Commission and submit all of his documents, and through the Security Exchange Commission, you no longer need to go through the normal tedious process of going to the BIR, the local government units, and the social agencies such as the SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. Through the National Business One-Stop Shop, SEC will now be acting as the concierge or the gatekeeper, wherein which a person could directly transact only with the SEC, and soon enough we would be able to register our corporation only within 1 day, together with the 5 other separate government agencies. Next slide, please. National Business One-Stop Shop is in strong partnership with the DICT, or the Department of Information, Communications and Technology, DTI, and the other line agencies. Next slide, please. Now, last February 14, the Anti-Red Tape Authority also issued a very important memorandum, which is, we call it ARTA MC number 2020-02, which calls on all government agency to um, issue an automatic approval for all of their aging applications on or before March 7, 2020, or 3/7/20 day. So ARTA, through this memorandum circular, established March 7, 2020 to be the 3/7/20 day. So what was expected to happen was government agencies would begin to declog their dockets and make sure that there would be no more pending and aging applications. And after March 7, 2020, ARTA would be conducting or is conducting, has been conducting a post audit of all of the national government and local government agencies to ensure that there are no more pending applications. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is what we were pertaining to. All government offices are directed to issue or release all pending applications or requests which have been pending beyond the processing times of 3 days for simple transactions, 7 days for complex transactions, and 20 days for highly technical transactions. Also, those applications or requests which goes beyond the processing times should be considered automatically approved or extended by operation of law. And starting March 7, 2020, ARTA has already conducted a random audit of government offices to check on their compliance on this 3/7/20 day. Next slide, please. Now, the president also last February issued Administrative Order number 23 that mandates all government agencies to streamline their processes and eliminate overregulation and only retain those which are necessary in order for them to fulfill their legal mandate. And it also directed government agencies to submit to the Anti-Red Tape Authority their new streamlined processes within 60 days. Next slide, please. Now, in order for us to help and assist the government agencies during this emergency, ARTA issued an advisory memorandum or ARTA advisory number 1 in order to help and assist government agencies in their adoption of fast-track measures during this COVID-19 situation. Next slide, please. So, in this advisory memorandum, we gave some techniques and some suggestions to government agencies of techniques of what they could apply or employ in their government processes in order to abbreviate and make things faster and more efficient during this emergency. So I would be going through some of the techniques and some of the strategies that we have proposed for government agencies to adopt. So number 1 is we are recommending the emergency extension of all pending licenses who are set to expire during the lockdown. It's very difficult for private transacting public to submit their application for renewals because of the lockdown. So our recommendation is that for government agencies to consider extending the licenses that would be expiring during this lockdown, at least even after 20 days or 30 days after the lockdown, where these private citizens could already start their application for extension or renewals. So this is already being implemented by some agencies like the Land Transportation Office, LTO, and also for the Bureau of Customs. Next slide, please. So we are also recommending that all government submissions may be done through electronic means, as well as the approvals by the government agencies of those applications be all done through email or through other electronic platforms. Next slide, please. This is also very critical and important recommendation is for the suspension of the notarization requirements. You see, government agencies who requires the public to have their documents notarized before being submitted to these government agencies, um, does this for two reasons or requires notarization for two reasons. First is they want to ensure that these government documents, that these submissions would be a public document before they would be submitting it to the government agency. And number two, they want to ensure that these submissions are all under oath, so that in case that there would be a a false statement, the person who's submitting it could be made liable for perjury. But we believe that the notarization requirement can be done away with, because first, if a private individual would submit his or her document to a government agency, that document automatically becomes a public public record and also a public document. Secondly, if that individual, even without having it notarized, would make false statements on those documents, then automatically those that act of false representation be would still be punishable in the revised penal code as falsification of private or public document. So we believe that notarization in general for government submissions may be done away with, not only during this emergency, but also after. Next slide, please. Also, this is very important that we are suggesting that reduction of signatories, if possible, one signatory per department or agency, and also in the removal of the many other requirements and establishment of what we call a gatekeeper or a concierge mindset by the government, which means that if a data has already been given to one government agency for a certain transaction, that should already suffice the submission of that person regarding that data. It would now be the government agency's responsibility to coordinate with each other and to share this data amongst themselves. Next slide, please. This is what we're saying. The government should continue to work as one whole entity, and important for us, especially at this time, to work as one integral unit instead of working as different government agencies. Next slide, please. The payment of processing fees should be done online and should, as much as possible, that we should employ other credit facilities that does not require the actual appearance of people in order to process these fees. Next slide, please. Also, it is also recommended that government agencies and local government units would submit their different measures that they are coming out with during this emergency with the UP owner in order for proper collation and also for proper review by the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Next slide, please. So right now, the Anti-Red Tape Authority continues to monitor and even coordinate with the different government agencies, especially with this emergency right now, in order for us to eliminate other requirements and also to abbreviate, um, the processing of government service delivery at this moment. So that's it. Thank you very much, Cesar.
Yeah, Secretary. I think there is also one slide there. Miss Jam, please show the powers of ARTA, just to,
Yes, please.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, so it's important for us to understand, Cesar, that the president, even before he came to power, has already been saying that he doesn't want people being made to wait in line, and he wants government services to be very, and he actually placed the ease of doing business third in his socio-economic agenda. So this new law actually is considered as a game changer and a groundbreaking law, not only for the Philippines but I believe for the entire world,
Mm-hmm.
because there's really it's really an original Filipino creation in which uh, this law combines both enforcement power as well as the empowerment function in order to combat red tape. Normally, Cesar, if we would see with the other counterparts that ARTA has with other countries, they only have the empowerment function where in which they assist the government and facilitate the streamlining of services, but has no the but does not have the enforcement power or the power to file cases and investigate in case of um, non-compliance. But let me just go to can we just see some of the other slides that we were able
Mm,
to
yeah.
project? Okay, so let me just go back a little bit with the automatic approvals. Okay, so this is what I was saying. One very critical and a very important feature of this new law is that it forced government agencies to categorize all of their services into three general categories, which is simple transaction, complex transactions, and highly technical transactions. So if you categorize your service and you're a government agency, you categorize your service as simple transaction, it is understood that you only have up to 3 days to act on these submissions if it is only a simple transaction, meaning once all of the submissions are already complete and all of the fees are already paid, you have 3 days uh, for you to act on that application and decide whether to approve it or deny it. You know, Cesar, what is very glaring in the past is that we see that many government offices do not approve it or do not deny it,
Mm-hmm.
but just sits on it. I think that's even worse.
Yes.
But with the new law, if it's a simple transaction, 3 days, 7 days for complex transaction. But if it involves public health and public safety, it is 20 days.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they fail to act on it within this 3, 7, 20 days, the law says that your application is automatically deemed approved by operation of law,
Mm-hmm.
meaning it's Congress who already approved your application.
Mm-hmm.
What ARTA now would do is to issue if you go to ARTA and you tell us DJ Bellika, my application has been sitting there for quite some time and it is definitely beyond the 3, 7, 20 days, despite having me having completed the requirements and the fees. Then ARTA would look at your application and compare it with the Citizens Charter and check the Citizens Charter of those agency. And um, if we would be able to conclude that you did submit a complete requirement together with complete payment, then we would issue an order or a declaration of completeness of documents, and we will be declaring your application as automatically deemed approved by operation of law. And if you would go to the next slide, please. So you would see that there are almost 7,000 pending applications before that ARTA already deemed declared to be automatically approved by operation of law. This includes national government agencies as well as local government agencies. So Cesar, as you can see, this is the one of the more exciting provision of this law. If we would go to the next slide, what would now happen is if government offices would fail to abide with the 3720 rule, they could be held accountable for the first offense and be suspended for 6 months without pay. And if they do it again for the second time, it would be dismissal from public service and perpetual disqualification to hold any public office with an imprisonment of 1 year to 6 years and a 500,000 to 2 million fees, and also the forfeiture of any benefits. So it's actually a very very steep penalty that that awaits those who would intentionally violate. So ARTA was able to file several cases already within this first 5 months of our operation. Yeah. So
Okay, Secretary. So I think when you guessed it in Open for Business, it's really an eye opener because a lot of our viewers still don't know, about the many initiatives that you are doing. As a matter of fact, there were also some questions, comments in the Facebook page section. So we'll just forward them to you. But what we'd like to know now po is that with the enhanced community quarantine that's happening now, there must be a close coordination between the national government and the LGUs. As a matter of fact, I think one of the pronouncements of the president is to ensure that the LGUs should align their initiatives with the national government. Ngayon po ba, because of, with the many suggestions that you have, which are very helpful to the MSMEs, do you think, sir, that these initiatives will be implemented by the LGUs, and how do we, at this time po, that, our priority would be the safety and the health of the public. And I'm sure using online facilities, because that's we are actually with the fourth industrial revolution, that's a priority, that we do a lot of online transactions. As a matter of fact, we're happy that you're joining us with this technology now. So but the question is, how are you now monitoring that LGUs are really implementing these initiatives? And do you of course, with the other agencies like the DTI and the DOF and the ILG, you go to random LGUs and check them, sir?
Yeah. First off, Cesar, it's very important for us to get feedbacks and even complaints from people. The actual direction of the government right now, which includes us, ARTA, is for us to work together instead of, and not antagonize each other. Because ARTA's role could sometimes be is actually called a a disruptor, could actually disrupt some of the things that government has been doing, business as usual, conducting business as usual, and ARTA comes in, and normally we're disruptors in a good way. But we're also very careful right now in order for us not to disrupt the and distract some government agencies in the performance of their actual role during this emergency. So the biggest function of ARTA right now is to give our recommendations also with the different government agencies as the complaints, and even not only complaints, we have an assigned group that goes through the social media posts and even the news. And at first glance, once we get these news and even complaints, both in our social media accounts and also through our email, then we immediately call the attention of the government agency and just inquire, Cesar, as of this moment, because the presumption, Cesar, actually is that these government agencies mean to do well, especially during this emergency. We just really need to show them sometimes, sir, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Barangay Chairman, you could do it differently, and this is the way that some of the best practices that are already being done. So even in our recommendations for them, for the government agencies, we tend to cite other agencies or other local government units who are already employing these streamlined processes in order for them to say, pwede naman pala. Yeah, so they're doing that, then we could possibly do it ourselves. But Cesar, we are not foreclosing the possibility that there would be some who would deliberately take advantage of this situation.
Tama.
Say for example,
Anong gagawin natin doon, sir?
well, right now, Cesar, we call their attention, but what ARTA is doing right now is we are gathering the evidences so that we would be able to make a case after this emergency against them. What we cannot do right now is to conduct the normal hearings that we do for these government agencies. But we do tell them, when we do advise them to change, but it's not for ARTA actually to do the changes in their policy. It's for the regulatory agencies and for the local government units to implement those recommendations. But at the same time, we are providing recommendatory recommendations rather to the IATF as well as and to the different government agencies on how we could make things faster and better. Cesar, let me just mention quickly, the problem on red tape actually is more of a paradigm issue. It's important for us to change our paradigms. Government it's very important for government to change their paradigms in how they perceive their role, in the regulation of these industries. The president is one very good example of this. It's very clear to him that he's there in order not only to regulate, but he's there in order to develop and to help these industries flourish. And especially at this time of global emergency, we are actually recommending to let as much as possible to let the public join in the relief efforts, and just to allow donations and all of the other maybe importations that is coming from the private sector to come in without any hassle. And I believe that is now being addressed, especially with the new Bayanihan Act that was recently submitted. And I just heard that almost all of the PPEs that used to be pending with the BOC has already been fully released. And even the taxes are being waived and we do hope that things would just become faster and faster as we go along.
Secretary, Secretary,
Yes, yes.
meron po tayong mga nanonood na mga Pilipino sa Estados Unidos, sa Washington
Opo.
DC po. Namimiss
Opo.
na pong magtagalog. Kaya
Opo.
Eliza, are you already? Eliza po is watching from Washington DC. DC.
Hi, Eliza.
Hello po, Secretary.
Hi, Miss Eliza.
May tanong lang po.
Opo.
Meron pong isang economist at entrepreneur na nagsasabi na yung mga SMEs, they are a ticking bomb dahil po they don't have enough funds to extend them to what is foreseen as a longer business uncertainty dahil po sa nangyayari ngayon. How does the government plan to help in this way po, in this what may be considered an inevitable future po para sa mga SMEs?
Okay. So, although I cannot speak for the IATF, but the IATF po has already issued many advisory and even measures on that. I believe that they are also looking on the loans na yung mga meron ho na mga utang sa mga bangko at yung mga waiver po na yun ay dinidiscuss na po yan. Of course, mahalaga po na pagdating ho kasi sa mga bangko na yan, itong mga commercial industries, ay kinakailangan pong tingnan din po yung domino effect na to, no? If we cancel all of their debts or at least i-postpone ho lalong-lalo na yung mga collection. In fact, actually meron hong mga ilang bangko already did that already. So kami po very mindful po diyan, pati rin ho ang yung tinatawag po natin na extension po ng kanilang mga permits na nabanggit ko po kanina. Kasi yung karamihan ho sa mga permits ay, marami po sa mga permits, hindi naman ho karamihan, ay napapasupo at nawawala pagkalipas po ng mga 1 taon or 2 taon. Ang amin hong pakiusap din is magkaroon ho ng automatic extension ang lahat ng government agencies po ngayon, at least for this emergency period, para hindi na ho mahirapan agad yung ating mga MSMEs, no ma'am, yung mga micro, small at saka medium enterprises, na maaari ho sila pa rin siguro makapagnegosyo hindi lang after this emergency, perhaps even during this emergency, na magkaroon pa rin ho sila ng pagkakataon na sumali po siguro dun sa merkado at pagpapalitan po ng mga goods at na pwede ho nilang magawa ngayon. And I believe that the government is also preparing for some assistance packages po sa kanila. So pero antayin po natin yan because lahat po yan is already being considered by the IATF po.
Okay, one more question po before I go po. Secretary, bilang naglilingkod sa gobyerno, meron po bang mga konkretong plano bukod po sa mga leniency na nabanggit nyo, na mga suggestion for leniency or for debt forgiveness or adjustments, meron po bang mga konkretong plano pagkatapos po ng COVID-19? Para po mag-stimulate ng business activities po at ng ekonomiya po sa bansa?
Sigurado po yan, ma'am, na nakalagay po yan, although sa ngayon po hindi rin ho kasi natin alam kung kailan ho matatapos.
Yeah.
Ang sinabi po ang lockdown could, we all desire that ideally April 14 or April 15, but bearing po na matapos po ito sana, no, sa lalong madaling panahon, ay meron pong mga stimulus na nais pong gawin ang gobyerno po natin dyan. In fact, hindi lamang po yan, napakarami pong mga tulong na nais pong pumasok sa atin, especially at this time. Pero kung meron ho kasing isang maganda po na nakita po natin ngayon, sa panahon ngayon, yung kakayanan ho ng mga government offices at pati po ng mga private offices to work at home, pati po yung kakayanan po natin na ma-streamline yung mga procedures po natin to the bare minimum para ito po ay mapabilis, no? And hopefully po, yun hong tinitingnan din ho ng aming ahensya ng Anti-Red-Tape Authority para makatulong po sa ating hong ekonomiya, na even after po sana na itong COVID-19, for a special period, siguro maybe for the next 3 months, ay i-retain ho natin yung streamline process po natin para medyo mas bumilis po yung ating ekonomiya. So yan ho ilan ho sa amin pong mga nakapasok na po ng mga recommendation.
Salamat po.
Yeah, I have a question to both of you po, Eliza and the Secretary. For Eliza, since you are there in the United States, I'm sure you have spoken with a lot of Filipinos as well on their problems with the Philippine consulate. Like say, for example, processing of their papers. Baka pagkakataon mo na, Eliza, na mailapit din yung mga problema ng mga OFWs, not necessarily you, but maybe with the OFWs, because baka ma-address ni Secretary yung anti-red tape din doon sa konsulado, unless the Secretary will tell us it's not applicable with the Philippine consulates overseas. Secretary and Eliza.
Cesar, dito kasi we're in close contact also with the Philippine Embassy, and they're very fast, especially nung nangyari na tong pandemya na ito. They would send out notifications, they would send out emails, adjusting yung mga oras ng konsulado, ng embahada, pati ng mga services nila. And then sinasabi din na for the protection of everyone, nagpo-process pa rin ng mga kung anong mga papeles, pero may mga schedule na. So for me wala naman akong nakikitang problema doon.
Ma'am, Sir Cesar, and also sa lahat ng mga nakikinig sa atin, ang ito pong batas at ang Anti-Red Tape Authority po ay kabilang din po sa mandato ang yung nabanggit mo nga, Brother Cesar, yung sa pagmo-monitor din ng ating mga embahada at ng ating mga consular offices abroad. So bukas po yan. Ang maganda dito, ang karamihan po ng aming mga complaints could already be sent through email and also through our website, our social media accounts. Siguro ibigay ko na ang aming email, no, sa complaints@arta.gov.ph and also sa amin pong Facebook sa Anti-Red Tape Authority. Pwede rin ho kayo pumunta sa amin pong Twitter at sa amin pong IG accounts. So ini-employ po natin lahat yan, no? A good chunk of our complaints goes through that. And mabilis din po natin silang napapadalahan dahil as much as possible gusto ho namin electronic means din ho ang padala namin sa mga agencies, no? So we have had many occasions already na amin pong kinol ang attention po ng iba't iba pong mga agencies at iba hong mga embahada. Pero tama sa sinabi niya na napakabilis at napaka-efficient po ng inyo pong consular offices po dyan sa inyo pong lugar.
Thank you, Eliza. She's watching from Washington, D.C. And Secretary, may pahabol lang po. This came from Miss Lisa naman. She said, processing dual citizenship in the Philippines is way more difficult and expensive than the States. Mag-a-apply po ba yung mga penalties na ngayon na nabanggit nyo po? Like say, if there are complaints like this po, what are the specific data that they should send to your email for you to verify it?
I will go back to the basics what I have discussed a while ago. We go to their citizens charters, no? Tingnan po natin ang mga citizens charter po diyan. Even the embassies should have their citizens charter on their websites. Makita po natin kung ano po yung mga services nila doon. And at magkakaano. No, ang mahalaga po diyan is that they comply with the fees that they have stated in their citizens charter and that they do not go beyond it. Actually, strange lang nga yan na sinasabi ni Miss Liza, yung nagsabi na mas mahal dito sa Pilipinas kasi supposed to be mas mura, no? Pero Kasi yung mga pinoprocess po sa abroad na dual citizenship, normally ay pinapadala rin po sa Philippines yan so that the Philippines could actually approve. So normally meron extra fees kapag nasa abroad. But I do agree na mas mabilis kapag you do it in your own place abroad dahil mas kakaunti ho ang tao. But if you have any concerns at nakita nyo po na may mga informal means, no, yung mga hindi naman ho dapat naroroon na idinadagdag.
At saka baka yun ang nagpamahal.
Yun po, maaari po ang iniisip ko nga ho na pertaining to that, yan po ay bawal po sa ating batas. Isumbong niyo po sa amin. We will look at it.
Thank you, Secretary. And before we let you go po, any message to the micro, small, and medium enterprises po? Lalo na po ngayon, medyo naka-lockdown ng mga stores at businesses ng iba.
I would ask, I would tell all the private people, the public, kung meron po kayo mga issues ng red tape na first hand po ninyo nalaman at hindi nyo lamang po nabasa sa social media at kayo mismo nakaka-experience sa inyong barangay, sa inyo pong industry, kung saan po kayo nagtatrabaho, please paalam nyo po sa amin dahil po ang ARTA, ito pong ahensya na to ay ginawa po ng ating Pangulo at ng Kongreso para po sa inyo. So we are here to assist you and also to call the attention and also na makipagtulungan din sa mga government offices. Sa mga government agencies po, kami po ay patuloy na nananalangin at nakikisa po sa inyo at kami po yung magpapadala po ng mga recommendatory measures para po sa inyo pong consideration during this COVID-19. Kami po inyong kasama. Pero doon sa iilan who would deliberately commit red tape and to make it even more difficult for people than it actually already is, we are gathering all of the evidences ngayon dito sa mga tao na talaga nagpapahirap sa tao, and we will make sure that the full measure of the law would fall upon you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Maraming salamat po sa pagpapaunlak ninyo sa aming imbitasyon.
Salamat, Cesar. Mabuhay po kayo.
That's the Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, Secretary Jeremiah Bellika. And thank you very much, Eliza Manglikmot, from our Washington, D.C. Bureau.
Thank you.
Salamat po. The coronavirus crisis has adversely affected many businesses, but as the cliche goes, there is an opportunity in every adversity. Online business is one of the gainers in the COVID-19 times for new entrepreneurs and those who want to shift into new careers or businesses. Here is one talk that we should all listen to. From branding to ROI, step-by-step guide to start your online business empire. Let's listen to Dr. Chris Dagdag. Dr. Chris has 10 years in the online business industry and handled multiple roles such as CEO, project manager, senior online business consultant, webmaster, web designer, SEO and digital marketing of different corporations including Avis Rent-A-Car Philippines, Philinvest, Beverly Hills Medical Group, and SMDC. He received multiple awards in digital marketing, a certified Google Analytics, AdWords, display and mobile specialist, official Google partner company in the Philippines. He was cited to more than 200 web designing, SEO, blog, and digital marketing companies worldwide for his contribution in this industry. He is also from branding to ROI and assisted more than 300 startup companies from the initial business planning to ROI and created more than 2,000 websites since 2003 up to the present, from e-commerce, custom programming, dynamic type website to basic informative type. He finished his Doctor of Business Administration from the AMA Computer University and has a Master of Information System from the University of the Philippines Open University. Dr. Chris Dagdag. Chris.
Hi, Cesar. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me here in your show. This topic is actually very important since most of us right now, we are at home. and blooming ang online business. So for today, I will be discussing topic about how to start your online business from branding to ROI. So let me just share my screen, my browser. One second.
Chris, I think we have a backup. If our director can pause for a while so we can give a break so that we can put in the slide. Or do you have it now, Chris? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
I think it's open now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Yeah, so basically, itong branding to ROI is actually my business model that I created, and I've been using this for the past few years now. I have a lot of clients who are actually asking, who are seeking for my advice for consultation on how they can start their online business. So this book is actually a complete step. Paano tayo mag-start ng online business? Lalo na ngayon, medyo it's a need na kasi lahat tayo nasa bahay and most of our physical stores are offline, di ba? Or parang closed because of this COVID issues that are happening globally. So in this book that I wrote, I added here step by step on how we can start our online business empire. So before getting started, by the way, I am Chris Dagdag. We are a Google partner company, and our office is based in Quezon City. And we've been to business since 2008. And we cater all type of business actually, not only MSME, even small businesses, corporation, and even partnership. So lahat ng industry, we cater all of those. And also, we will discuss about yung paano ba mag-start, ano ba yung branding. It's actually a step-by-step guide paano tayo mag-start. So, first, we have actually a statistic na ang social media, ang online business is actually very important. And according nga dito sa study ng We Are Social, alam nyo ba na ang Philippines is actually the number one in terms of daily time spent using social media. So, alam naman natin, lahat tayo nasa social media using our Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and other platforms, even LinkedIn. So, if you can see in the data, ang average Filipino is using or spending 3 hours and 53 minutes sa social media. So, ganun katagal tayo comparing dun sa mga other countries like Colombia, Brazil, and other countries. So, makikita pa lang natin dito na ang tao, ang mga business owners, ang mga regular users, nasa social media na sila. So, having that said, dapat meron tayong online presence sa social media. Mapa-Facebook man yan, mapa-LinkedIn, YouTube, or Instagram. Dapat yung business natin ngayon, kahit na small, medium yan, dapat may presence tayo, or even kahit na corporation. It's a must now to have our online business presence sa social media. But not only social media, no? We also need to have presence sa mga other platforms such as website. Meron din tayo dun sa mga e-commerce platforms na popular right now. If we are selling online goods, online products, or services, we should have an account on those sites. All right? So, this is actually the model na I created. So before starting, ang pinaka-first step kasi in starting an online business is your brand. Diba? Ano ba yung brand? Ito yung basically yung pangalan natin online. Ito yung magiging representation of ourselves, of our business in the Philippines or even globally. Diba? So before starting, dapat we need to have a bright idea. Diba? Always remember na everybody can start their online business. Hindi naman mahirap or hindi naman mahal actually gumawa ng online business, di ba? For free nga siya kasi lahat naman tayo, we do have an access online. And we can even create our Facebook pages to set up our online business. But the first thing that you need to understand and to remember is you need to create a unique and bright business idea. Okay? Ano ba yung mga business idea na tingin ninyo trending? Ano yung papatok sa masa, di ba? Na tingin ninyo people will buy it or not? So, applicable ito actually not only dun sa mga may existing business na, but dun sa mga gusto pala magsimula. Lalo na ngayon, since maraming tumaas ang unemployment rate because of nagsara yung mga companies, di ba? Temporarily due to the pandemic issue. So, kailangan natin makapag-isip ng brilliant idea, unique. We can even go for an online store, reselling, dropshipping, online consultation. We can even do reselling, buy and sell, and so much more. Pwede natin gawin yun. Even companies or all other companies are actually accepting affiliate marketing. Di ba? Like yung previous discussion a while ago in real estate, we can even actually be an online agent, an online sales agent. And then we can, make money by just referring products or the real estate property to all of our friends, to all of our network. And then from there, di ba, companies are more than happy to share commission to all of you guys. Di ba? So again, this idea is up to everybody who wants to have their online business. Kung mapa-ordinary employee ka, or work-at-home mom, ex-OFW, or if you have an existing job right now, you can start your online business. Di ba? Mas maganda you have an extra income na you can start right away. And you have like a backup plan. Kasi itong pandemic, hindi naman natin inaasahan. And we thought that the business is running profitable. However, lumabas siya, pero hindi natin na-project na magkakaroon pala ng issues. So, mas maganda we have a backup plan. Hindi lang yung we are relying on the government to provide us financial support because we have this issue. So, mas maganda meron tayong backup plan. Now, let's start our online business. And actually starting it, it's for free. It's up to you. Just create a unique and bright business idea. So, let me just elaborate about create your brand. This include actually the creation of your logo, your tagline, the registration of your domain name, your web hosting. Sa iba, syempre, medyo technical part yan eh. Not all of us are that IT or marunong sa pag-create ng logo. But actually, you can just think for a unique name. And then from there, you can start the creation of your logo. And marami namang mga free tools to create, mga logo, designing tool para to get started. Yan. So, ano ba yung domain name? Basically, that's the domain name we register online. That will be your name that people will visit and they will find all about your products and services. So it's like yourbusinessname.com or yourbusinessname.com. That maganda. We can actually combine both. Siyempre, setting up a Facebook page is for free. However, if you have your branded domain name, it is 100% controlled by you. You can put anything that you want that people can buy and or avail your products. So let's say nakaisip ka ng product na selling about shoes, di ba? Just think for a unique name na pwede nating i-register online, and then from there we can set up next a website. Okay? Which will be actually the second step. This is a step-by-step guide. Now, what I am actually discussing is actually the main gist, the main summary of the one that I have, the one that I wrote. So, setting up a website, landing pages with a lot of call to action, or yung CTA na tinatawag namin, that increase conversion, engagement. Diba? So, syempre, if we have a website, hindi naman kailangan na website mo is just a plain, pure website, syempre, it should be engaging to users. Na ando dun dapat yung, once they see the product or the website itself, may chances na doon. Diba? So, from here, they can actually see na what you are aiming without even scrolling down. Diba? So, it's actually, we should create a website that sells. All right? So, let me just proceed next. Okay. Now, so once you have created like your Facebook page, kasi ito yung pinaka-basic eh. Once you have your brand, let's create our Facebook page. Now, if you have a budget, we can now start creating a website. Okay? A website na, by the way, the advantages of this is we have a website is running 24/7, di ba? If we're going to compare it in a traditional store setup, yung mga store natin, they're actually open during regular business hours only. Di ba? Yung mga stores sa outlets, sa mga malls, they're open normally from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. However, and by the way, ang reach natin is only those people who are just walking along the way dun sa in front of your store. But if you have a website, if you have a social media pages, people can see you 24/7, even if you're sleeping, even if you are out of the country, even if you're traveling, people can see your product and services. And from there, they can even decide to buy your product or services. So you can actually generate passive income if you have your website, if you have all these social media platforms. So yeah, yan yung second step natin. Now, let's proceed to the third step. Next is ranking. Okay? Siyempre, ang hirap naman, lalo kung startup tayo, no, mga small, medium size. Ang hirap magkaroon ng buwelo eh. Sabi nga nila, there is power in number to gain momentum. Okay? So, if we are online, the problem, the next question is it engaging? May mga tao bang bumili or nag-avail ng products natin? Diba? So, the next step is, of course, we need to improve our brand awareness. Okay? Yung brand awareness is something na na-position na natin yung sarili natin for people to understand about our product. We provide quality product and services to them. And ano ba yung mga yun? Like, we need to increase our Facebook page likes, di ba? Kasi syempre, kung small business ka comparing to your competitors, let's say your competitor has 20 to 100,000 likes, while you start up ka, you just set up your online store, your Facebook page with just like 100 likes, di ba? Syempre, as a buyer or customers, people can only see or people will decide if they prefer mas mataas yung chance if they will buy dun sa mas maraming taong nag-avail na ng products nila. So it's important to position ourselves. We have like at least 1,000 to 10,000 page likes. We have, if we are into videos, our videos should have like at least 1,000 to 10,000 views. Diba? Kasi in that way, makikita ng mga prospect customers natin na na-position na natin sarili natin. And then from there, they can now actually decide na. Okay? So, that's very important process again. Kasi dito pa lang sa third step natin, marami na nag-fail. A lot of small businesses are actually failing because they have a bright idea. However, no one is buying or engaging with their products or services. So it's actually a must now since majority of people are online. As what I showed you a while ago, diba, dun sa our statistics based on we are social, Philippines is the social media capital in the world. Imagine 3 hours and 53 minutes ang average user nasa Facebook browsing products, browsing Facebook wall ng mga friends nila and pages. Okay? And yeah, moving forward with another draft or statistics, ang e-commerce right now in the Philippines are actually a booming industry. We are at 76%. And while Indonesia has the highest number of online buyer or adoption to buy something online, we are actually growing. Okay, so having that said, we should have our online products and services available online from popular e-commerce platform, or to have our own website, e-commerce website. Okay. Now, next, what will be the fourth step? Okay. This is another step for that is very important. And based on my experience in the past 12 years, majority of customers or majority of business owners, they don't have any analytics at all, like 90% of them. Because they have a product, they have services, they have a website already. However, they don't know if it's properly converting or not. It's very important to set up an analytical tools for our website, our social media platforms, because in that way, we can actually see the user behavior of our customers who are visiting the social media, the website, the YouTube page, and other platforms. If why our bounce rate is high, why there are only few conversion, because we didn't set up our sales funnel. Okay, so these are actually just to give you an idea what is a sales funnel. It's actually a process where we can track the movement of our customer experience, like from the time that they started viewing our ads or our posts in Facebook. Then once they click that, it will be forwarded to our landing page, a landing page that is focused on generating leads that will convert into sales soon. Okay, so once they decided to buy the product, it will then forwarded to a thank you page that will record that transaction, and that will measure ROI. Okay, so this is a very important tool to implement, to integrate for our business to become successful online. Without this, it's like difficult if we are running a good campaign or not. Okay, so aside from that, we also need A/B testing. Okay, like that will be discussed on the next step, which is very important as well, like how we can measure the conversion between our advertising tool, since this is actually digital marketing. Like we're going to measure if Facebook Messenger is better than Facebook Boost, if Google search is better than Google Display. Okay, so those are actually very important. And as what I mentioned, like 80 to 90% of companies who have or has presence online, website or social media don't have this tool. All right, the next step is once we have analytical tools, our statistical software, our website, our brand, our social media, our brand positioning is to focus on running campaigns. Okay, so running campaigns is actually running like Facebook ads, ads that are again like Messenger, pay-per-click, pay-per-view, boost, engagement, paper website click, and as well in Google, like Google Ads, focusing on Google search result, display, remarketing, or Google YouTube video, okay, or e-commerce. So we just need to monitor and we need to create our market is. It should be people who has the capacity to buy real estate property. Okay, so maybe they are aging from 23, 25 to 60 years old, who are actually working as a CEO or something like that. We need to define our audience, because if we don't define our audience, it will be we are wasting a lot of money spending ads for nothing. Okay, so it's very important to do that, to create the right audience, to create an eye-catching, appealing banner or design for our ads. The next step is once we configured our ads is to use automation. Okay, automation. So we can actually use like chatbots, newsletter, CRM to automate follow-ups in our campaigns and to filter only qualified leads that will convert into sales. Okay, so of course, since we're running paid ads campaign, we should filter and we should gather all of those prospects leads, because there are times like maybe to do that. And we have software and tools. Some of them are for free to use for automation. Okay. So like if we have 1,000 people who subscribe in our page, we can send them in just one click to send us a message to follow up. Maybe they're interested now to buy our products. All right. And then the last step of my from branding to ROI is the full online business management. It is someone to manage all steps above without skipping any steps, so we can measure conversion to ROI. It's an ongoing task to keep the MSME online business running and profitable from branding to ROI. So this is actually where we're coming in, our company. It's actually, we are a full website management solution wherein we will help all type of business owners, whether you are a small business, partnership, or corporation, whether you're in the Philippines or even abroad. We can help all type of businesses running their online business to assist in all the steps that I mentioned above. Okay, with our team, with a full website management, it's like you have your online outsourced team, a virtual team that can help you, whether if it's a graphic design task, a web design task, a content writing task, digital marketing, video editing, project management, and even support. We have a solution for you. So that's actually the steps that that I actually created, and this services is actually we can get started as low as 5,000 pesos a month. It's actually 50% off right now because as I know and we do understand that a lot of businesses are actually saving because of this pandemic issue. We can help all of you, all of owners to get started with their online business. So even if you're staying at home, and then for those who have an existing digital presence, keep it up. Make sure your website is up to date, search engine friendly, and always on top of the search result. Because as we know, since we're a Google partner, based on our study, and we know that people are only buying, mostly buying, those are on the first page result, the top 10 website in the Google search result. Okay. My second advice is don't be afraid to invest in digital marketing by using Google ads and Facebook ads, but just make sure you are running a quality ads, proper audience targeting, set up analytical tool, use A/B testing to properly measure conversion, use automation, and regularly manage your website and social media pages. And the last one is use outsourcing solution in like our full website management solution. And you will have like, again, a remote team that will handle everything for your online business. Okay. And with this solution, we can save 90% of your overhead spending. Like instead of hiring an individual like a graphic designer, a web developer, an SEO specialist, or someone in your store, in your physical store right now, why not outsource it in a team, in a remote setting team that is capable to handle your business? Okay, so again, get a free online consultation, and from me, just follow and like my Facebook page here, facebook.com/Dr. Chris Dagdag. And I'm actually offering free regular webinars and free digital certificates from time to time. So again, for our viewers and listener, while at home, you can also Eto, sa mga individual na wala namang business, you can also earn extra 2,500 to 20,000 pesos by just offering our business to your friends and network. So imagine, nangyari, nasa bahay lang naman tayo, wala naman tayong ginagawa. Why not do affiliate marketing? Okay? Join my affiliate marketing. I have a website called refer.ph. Simply sign up in that website and you can earn extra income by just referring product and services from my customers and from my products and services as well. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you so much. But before we let you go, we have a question from Frendel Feheran from Seattle, Washington. Frendel, are you in?
Hello, Cesar, can you hear me po?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right.
How about you, Chris? Can you hear Frendel?
Yes, I can hear Frendel.
Okay, okay. Go ahead,
Awesome.
Frendel.
Hello, doctor. All right. When you start a new an online business, what are some things, or how long could the business owner expect to spend online before they can see a great ROI?
All right, that's a good question, Frendel. Actually, it all depends on the product and services you're offering. Okay, so if your plan is to create like a real estate online business, by just creating a quality Facebook page, a website. Next is to position yourself, so people can actually see that you are selling this product and services. And the next step is to run paid campaigns. Now, in terms of the budgeting, actually it's not that costly. Okay, we have a case study in the past, like we assisted like a small store selling buy and sell products, and they just invested like 10 to 15,000 pesos, um, for our team to help them to set up their online business. And from there, we allotted budget to run a paid ads campaign so people can see and buy their products. And in just a week or two, we were able to get the ROI. So imagine they invested only 15,000 pesos to set up their online business. But after our team started all the campaigns and the work for their business, we get the result in just 2 weeks, and I believe we reach more than the ROI. Because again, it depends on the product. Like imagine just selling one condominium property, for how much is the commission of that, right? You can actually earn more than that.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And also, you were talking a lot about branding, because branding is super important, of course. And for me, I feel it's hard just to focus on one thing that I'm interested to sell that on social media. So what kind of questions should a person ask him or herself in generating a brand?
Yeah. Again, in generating a brand, we should first remember your passion. Okay. Um, the passion is like the only thing, or the only way to do great thing is to love what we do. Okay, that's Steve Jobs. So um, you're you should be passionate about what you are planning to create your brand. Like if you're really into fashion, if you're really into blogging, if you are into online store, so you should come up with the things that you really love, not because that is in demand right now, but that is something that you really want to do. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. And my final question, I mean, because I could ask a lot of questions, but I don't have a lot of
No worries.
time. How long did it take you to write your instructional book?
Okay, actually, it's a long process and still ongoing. Okay, because we are in information technology, and technology is updating every second, every minute. And this is actually part of my dissertation during my PhD in my Doctor of Business Ad before. So it took me like 4 years to come up with a full script, a 148 pages book. And again, I'm still updating it for 2020.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Freda.
Thank you, Frendel, and thank you, Dr. Chris Dagdag, for that very informative step-by-step guide. I hope we learned a lot, and I hope this time of the crisis, a lot of people will be creating their own online business empire. And Frendel, before I let you go as well, so how's your area? How's COVID-19 there? Are you also in a lockdown there?
We are not on a strict lockdown like many places. We are still able to leave our home to go to the grocery store, to medical appointments. We can leave our home as long as we practice social distancing. If we are caught in a group, it is considered a misdemeanor. So now they have been implementing consequences, because a few days ago they weren't. But some Washingtonians, man, they just want to go out there and hang out. So we need to cut that. We need to get really serious, because the amount of positive cases continues to increase. But for the most part, everyone is staying positive as much as they can. The community is really reaching out, however they can, to help one another. People are visiting, for example, in our neighborhood, for the children to have something to do. Every day they have some kind of activity. For example, they'll have like joke day. So people would post a joke on their window, and then kids will go around and kind of, from a distance, kind of glance at the window and see what kind of joke they have.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
it's
Thank you,
okay.
Frendel.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Dr. Chris, seems like a lot of people are at home, so I am sure there's a lot of people who will go online. So any final tips to MSMEs or entrepreneurs, or even people who are bored to go into online business?
All right, yeah, just my final tip. Actually, again, as what I mentioned a while ago, everybody can participate and can start their online business now. If you don't have passion to have your online business, why not just think for a good brand and a unique idea? It's for free, and then just create your Facebook page, and then from there, you can now get started. And now, for those who wants to earn extra income, you can use affiliate marketing by just working at home. Again, just simply follow my page, and you can seek for my assistant, and I'm more than happy to assist you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chris Dagdag. He's the marketing consultant of multiple corporations. And moving forward, we are saving the best for last. Automation is key element at the fourth industrial revolution. Joining to discuss payment automation as a powered tool for MSMEs is Alfred Cardenas, co-founder and CEO of Jungle. Alfred Cardenas is the CEO and co-founder of Jungle, a $1 million financial technology company based in Singapore with operations in the Philippines that provides fully digital financial services to consumers and businesses. Alfred.
Hi, Sir Cesar.
Hi, Alfred. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks for having me here. So yeah, without further ado, I would like to start my presentation. So allow me to share my screen real quick.
Thank you.
Awesome. There we go. All right. So to all Eagle News viewers and listeners, welcome to my very short presentation all about payment automation and digital payments in general. So once again, yeah, my name is Alfred Cardenas. I am the CEO and co-founder of Jungle. So we are a financial technology company based in Singapore, and we have our pilot market here in the Philippines. So everything that you're about to hear from me on my presentation is it will be coming directly from my experience and all of the learnings we had coming from Jungle when we were about to launch our service here in the country. So every time I make a talk, I always want to make sure it's short and precise, but backed with a lot of solid data. Now we're going to focus on just three things. So the first thing is all about the importance and how big SMEs are in the Philippines. So while having all of this fourth industrial revolution talks about MSMEs if they're not important. So later on, we will discuss more about that. So the second topic that I would like to discuss as well is all about digital payments and the benefits it actually provide to MSMEs and business in general. And lastly, we will be talking about what's next for business owners and managers, particularly in the Philippines, if they want to stay relevant and make their businesses time crisis proof, basically. So let's get started. So it is very important for out there listening and watching to Eagle News right now to learn the importance of MSMEs in the Philippines. In fact, 99% of all businesses operating in the country today are all part of micro, small, and medium enterprises. So this is a very huge number. It's 99% basically. And another fact that actually started to amaze me, this 99%, these MSMEs are actually the main employers here in the Philippines. In fact, they actually employ MSMEs. They employ 62% of the overall workforce here in the Philippines alone. So these massive figures show us the importance and how vital MSMEs are in the Philippines. However, we should also be aware of the fact that these MSMEs are the most vulnerable as well, as we can see in the current pandemic we're experiencing right now. So represent the majority of the businesses in the country. Also, the most organization that actually needs more help when it comes not just to the business community in general, but also from the government. So now that we know how big and how important MSMEs are in the Philippines, let's temporarily shift our focus to the payment trends and information here in the Philippines. So we all know that Philippines is one of the societies where we are heavily cash-based and dependent. In fact, according to the Central Bank of the Philippines, 99% of local transactions conducted within the Philippines were actually paid using cash 13. Now, although we are a very cash-based and cash-dependent society, I would like to show you a quick graph that actually reads the trend of both cash payment transactions and digital payment transactions. So the most important thing that we should focus here, graph, thanks again. So the green one is it actually represents the cash payment transactions, represents the digital payment transaction, while the red lines actually, red line represents the volume or the size of the digital payment transactions done from 2013 to 2018, with some projection coming from the central bank for this year and beyond. Like I mentioned earlier, 99% of transactions were paid by cash in 2013, as we can see on the green line above 2013. And it went down to 90% in just 5 years. So basically from 99%, it went down to 90 for all the cash transactions made in the country, while digital payments from 1% in 2013 went up to 10% in 2018. Now, what interests me most is the size or the volume of these digital payments, because although the number of transactions of digital payments went up, thus this digital payment transactions also went 8% in 2013 to 20% in 2018, basically. And the BSP is projecting to have this digital payments and the volume as well to actually have an upward trend. So again, just to make sure that everyone follows, MSMEs are vital in the economy, but they're also the most vulnerable. Now, trends in the Philippines shows that the cash transactions are having a downtrend while the digital size are actually going in an upward trend. So we might be wondering if the digital payment transactions are going up, are Filipinos truly living the digital life? So I would like to pull up some reports coming from Hootsuite. So I would like to highlight just four important figures. So the first figure that I wanna highlight today is the mobile data or mobile internet penetration in the country. So as we can see here, the mobile internet penetration in the Philippines as of 2020 is 159%. Now let's pause for a while and step back. 159%. It means it is more than the number of mobile devices connected to mobile data or internet is more than the total population of the Philippines. So this is how huge mobile internet, mobile devices connected to mobile data is when it Filipinos' digital lifestyle. Now, according to the same report, 59% of these mobile internet users actually use shop on their mobile devices. Apps are both online and offline. It is important when we are talking about digital payments, we're not just focusing on online payments. Digital payments means any kind of payment form that is not analog or manual, not cash. This could be through debit cards or credit cards or payments done via mobile phone or paid online. Now, the third thing that actually impressed me the most is the use of QR codes here in the Philippines. In fact, according to Hootsuite 2020 report, 42% of mobile internet users have used or scanned a QR code before. So QR codes are basically the small things we see inside Gcash and
there's the message for them.
I can hear someone talking.
Are you going to go downstairs? What do you want? No, nothing. I'm going to go downstairs.
There you go. Let me just continue. There you go. So 42% of mobile internet users actually use and scan QR code. So again, let me just go back. QR codes are those small little black things that you can see with from Gcash and PayMaya cardboards on top of payment counters inside the malls. So those are QR codes, and 42% of mobile internet users actually use those codes. Now, the last but most important thing is this figure: 49%, 49 million Filipino consumers are going to make digital payment transactions in some form for this year, according to the Hootsuite report. So, if we will step back, I've just discussed three things. SMEs, again, the backbone of the economy, but the most vulnerable. Payment trends are going digital, and that the mobile and digital lifestyle of Filipinos are improving. Now, whenever I hear those three important things and figures, I cannot help myself but remember what Bob Dylan said from one of his songs, for the times they are a-changing. Because it is definitely true in today's time that the times are actually comes to consumer behavior, and when it comes to the inevitable and super fast changes when it comes to advancement. So it is safe for me to actually conclude that if you are a beginner, it is just right for you to provide modern services, modern solutions to the modern Filipino consumers, because this is the only responsible way for you to actually stay relevant and to stay and actually to survive in times of crisis, as I'm about to show you later. So we're done with how SMEs are, how it means MSMEs are actually important in the economy. So now let's shift our focus to digital payments. So when we are building Jungle, my co-founder and I and the whole Jungle team, we actually transformed the Jungle idea into a real company with SMEs in mind. So originally, we really want to serve, even until now, we want to serve the consumers, right? But how can we actually serve the consumers when it comes to providing them with digital payment solutions if the SMEs or the businesses these consumers are acting with are not up to par, or they're not actually technologically savvy to actually serve their modern needs? Jungle, we have an equal focus and mission to actually provide SMEs with great digital financial solutions. So at Jungle, we actually believe that digital payments and payment automation in general has a lot of benefits. But for the sake of this presentation, I just want to highlight the foremost that I think will benefit SMEs in general. The first one is this: payment automation and digital payments in general makes the whole payment process of a business automated, right? So if your payment process is already automated, this gives your business more operational efficiency because you don't need to assign a lot of people just to accept and handle payment. The system does that for you. Now it's fully efficient. It actually translates into productivity. And if your business is productivity, it means a great chance increasing your serving new customers, having more repeat customers, producing more sales, or creating raving fans. Apple and Steve Jobs did during their heyday. So that's what one of the effects of digital payments when it comes to making the whole process automated. Now, the second one that I would like to talk about is the benefit of digital payments, that it gives you more free time in your hands as a business owner or a manager. And as a business owner, if you have a lot of time in your hands because your digital payment process is already automated, you can now shift your focus from doing small and manual and tedious process and tasks for your business into expanding and actually scaling your business. So this is one of the positive effects of digital payments and payment automation in general. So, all right. So the third one is that digital payments actually reduce costly errors and mistakes. So if you're a business owner watching right now or listening right now, there could be at least a single time when you made a mistake or you're manually accepting or manually tracking a payment in your business. So by making sure that your payment processes are automated, it reduces these mistakes. So these mistakes can put you in deep financial and legal troubles. So in order for you to avoid those legal mistakes, financial mistakes, try to implement digital payment solutions. But for me, the most important thing is that digital payments give you the total control for your accounts. Jungle is a focused company, and when we say user, in our case, it is both consumers and merchants. So for us, my co-founder and I are always focused on making sure that our users have the best experience compared to our competitors. So by automating one big chunk of your process inside your business, which is the payment processes, it gives you more control because you now have the capability to really run your imagination wild and to really ask yourself, how can digital payments make my customers' experience seamless? Really easy for them to make a purchase from me, which is basically the basic essence of running a business. Now, as we all know, the world is fighting this pandemic. And trust me, once this is done, it is time for normalization or getting up if we were really hit that hard. But the next pandemic, according to Bill Gates and other experts in the field, is just right on the next corner, right? So in order for you to make sure that your business, assuming it is still operating under a lockdown, if you want your business to be crisis proof, payment automation won't be, it's not the whole solution itself. Automation can help you during times of lockdowns. So assuming you ordered a food from the services we have right now, however, you still made a payment by handing out paper bills. So that itself defeats the whole purpose of a lockdown, spread of the. But if we are handing out paper bills, coins, because that's the only payment gateway that we have, then we're actually not helping. So that is why digital payments make more sense during times of lockdown. We can still make purchases and avoid the spread of this virus, and also be able to help other people in need by making digital donations. Now, as business, you're running a business that is considered an essential, then a digital payment gateway available for your customers, it means that your businesses can run as usual. Because assuming you're an online store, and you actually offer products and services, but you only accept cash, you are like a car without a steering wheel. You're basically a danger to your own business and the people that surround you, because instead of helping curve or flatten the curve or helping prevent the spread of the virus, you're actually making it worse by handing out paper bills and still using coins. So for me, those are the two things that can enable you as a business owner to stay relevant during times of crisis. So lastly, I would like to share just 3 tips to our business owners and managers who are watching and listening right now, that in order for you to stay relevant as a business, is that first you need to learn more about technology. So during times of lockdown like this, we have a lot of time in our hands to actually learn more about technology, regardless of how uncomfortable we are with the idea. There's a lot of free or even affordable online and offline resources for us to actually update our knowledge about technology. Because this is important. This is the only way for us to know or to make a decision on what's best for my business, what's best for my consumers. My second tip is all about learning how to analyze data and trends, like what we did with the SME and the payment and digital lifestyle trends earlier. Because this is one of your responsibilities as a business leader, as a business owner, to learn where the trend is going. That is the only way for you to avoid being blindsided by the marketplace itself. And lastly, start talking to digital payment solution providers. So it's not just jungle. Try to talk to every single digital payment solution providers in the country, so that you can make a smart decision when it comes to choosing what's best both for your business and consumers. So to wrap up my presentation, I would like to leave you with a quote coming from Jordan Peterson. So Jordan Peterson once said, "To master a new technology, you have to play with it." And payment automation, the fourth industrial revolution, are all part of a new technology that is fast approaching. It's inevitable. It will come. If you will be on denial, your business will suffer. But if you acknowledge the fact that the new technology is fast approaching, the only way for you to master that new technology is to actually play with it. So there you go. Once again, my name is Alfred Cardenas. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Jungle. Thank you.
Awed by your presentation. That was really something, and it was simple, but there's a lot of insights in it. We have questions from our viewer in Canada. I think Thomas Likeness is already available. Thomas? I think you're on mute. Thomas, can you hear us? We can't hear you, Thomas.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, you're right. I was muted. Thank you very much for taking my question. Alfred, great presentation. Here in Canada, we've always sort of been ahead of the curve when it came to digital currency. I must say about 99% of my personal transactions are probably done digitally. If I have $20 in my pocket, that's a lot of money. But one thing a lot of people worry about when we talk about digital digital payment systems is how do you know it's not going to be hacked? What safeguards can you
Yes.
tell us
So,
about?
so Thomas, thank you for the question. So that is true. In a country like the Philippines, where it's actually the other way around, 99% is paying in cash, that same worry actually bothers most modern Filipino people. So what we are doing basically, and specifically with Jungle, is that my co-founder and I are making sure that all of the safeguards, the standard security certificates that we need to get in order for us to operate in a much secure way. So that those are the things that we're doing basically. So we make sure that our payment infrastructures are all set, that we do a great job when it comes to conducting know your customer procedures, so we can avoid fraud coming into our platform. So basically, those are the two measures that we are implementing, both product-wise and operational-wise.
I'm wondering whether there's a danger of such a thing as digital pickpockets, as it were. I mean, you walk into the crowded market, you can lose your wallet. Can people steal from you digitally?
Wow. That's a good question. To be honest, what makes Jungle different is that we are providing, instead of a store so they can top up their wallets, what we're doing is that we are providing them wallets initially using a revolving credit line. There's no way for them, for hackers, to take that, because we can definitely track if a particular transaction has been made consumer, because our is both face recognition. We can use fingerprint recognition, and we can also identify fraud by comparing your initial signature to the signature you created during your transaction.
I have one more question for you, Alfred. A lot of the businesses, of course, in the Philippines are very, very, very small. So let's say I've got a stall in a market. Can I even afford to be involved in something like this? Because obviously, digital payment, you're going to take a small amount per transaction. Is it going to end up costing me more to go digital than to just keep handling pesos?
Yes. Okay. So now let's step back. In today's world, handling cash payments, it's much more expensive and even dangerous here in the country. We've seen terrible news of this business owners getting robbed because they are handling cash payments. What we do is we eliminated the cost of joining our platform. Really, if you're a small merchant, you can definitely simply download our mobile application and start offering our services to your consumers. Sure, we take a small figure of commission, but by reducing or totally removing the onboarding fee, that makes the whole technology freely available to all merchants of all sizes.
Alfred, I thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. Just want to say, though, about Jungle, you're based in Singapore. If I was independently wealthy, that's where I'd be living.
Thomas, before I let you go, I have a question also. Because we've noticed in the presentation of Alfred, a big chunk of the Filipinos are still paying cash, and there's a small percentage of people paying online or paying via credit card. In your case, in Canada, how is it like there in terms of cashless transactions?
We're going more and more cashless. It's just tap, tap, tap with the chip on your credit card. It's too easy. It's too easy to spend money. My wife keeps threatening to take mine away.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. Alfred.
Thank you.
Alfred, before I let you go, I think what we're looking at now is the opportunity for maybe in one word, we can say this is basically fintech. So with fintech, Alfred, um, there is a growing number of the market is really growing, and there's growing competitors as well. As a matter of fact, in the business, there are some that have already started making a dent in terms of market leadership. With Jungle, Alfred, what is your strategy to somehow get the big chunk in the pie?
Um, I'm really not comfortable providing specifics when it comes to our strategy, but I would like to share the tidbits basically. You will notice e-wallets in the country, they're doing a great job in somehow converting the modern Filipinos from cash into e-wallet transactions. However, for Jungle, our basic approach is that borrowing money or lending is basically almost part of our culture. So that is something that we are capitalizing on. That is why Jungle started a buy now, pay later service first, so that a lot of Filipinos to use our e-wallet service, basically, that actually gives you a revolving. So in a nutshell, that is our strategy compared to a thousand of e-wallet apps and lending apps in the Philippines today.
Okay. One last question from Maricel of Tarlac. Has digital payment options generally brought in more money despite additional costs?
Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right. So actually, digital payment transaction is still much cheaper compared to cash because here's the thing: if you pay in cash, you still need to move that physical cash, that bill, from one bank to the other bank. So that is much more inefficient and much more expensive. When it comes to digital payments, it is much more affordable because with just one click of a button, you can definitely make a payment transaction digitally. So yes, it makes more money and it is much more affordable.
Thank you so much, Alfred, for your time, and thank you so much, Thomas, for your questions, and also from Maricel from Tarlac. Any last tips, Alfred, to owners of small and medium enterprises? Alfred,
Mm-hmm.
your last tips
Yeah,
for
so
MSMEs.
my last tip is for MSMEs is that don't be afraid to try new things, most especially in technologies that could potentially improve your business.
Thank you so much, Alfred and Thomas. Have a great day. And thank you very much for watching Open for Business Forum, and thank you to all our speakers, to our co-sponsor, Globe My Business, and our sponsors, Easy Franchise, Multisys Technologies Corporation, and Lubien Realty Group. Join us again in the next episodes of Open for Business for more insights from CEOs, thought leaders, and industry experts promoting business development in the Philippines. See you again every Saturday and Sunday here in Open for Business, where we discuss business information, deliver the latest business news to keep you informed and open for business, and be ahead of the curve from vision to action. You're on Facebook Live on Eagle News, and you can watch us again in the video section of the Eagle News Facebook page and on eaglenewslive.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Eagle News. For OFB Forum and Open for Business, this is Cesar Vallejos. Have a great day.
This digital public forum is sponsored by EC Franchise, Multisys Technologies Corporation, and Lobien Realty Group. Eagle Broadcasting Corporation and Globe My Business present Open for Business Forum.
Sige.